interwebs, you might be experiencing a little bit of deja vu right now, and trust me, you're not wrong. But it's not because you're trapped in the Matrix. Actually, I can neither confirm nor deny if you're in the Matrix, and actually I now reminded myself to take my estrogen pill today. But regardless, the reason you're experiencing deja vu right now is because the video you're about to watch is one of my most popular videos on this channel. Or it was until it was unjustly taken down a few weeks ago. This video debunking Matt Walsh's What is a Woman anti-trans propaganda film actually released 2 years ago and was part 2 in a series. And despite issues with YouTube attempting to say that it broke a copyright violation when it first came out, more info on that in this video, it became one of my best performing videos ever and was close to hitting 1 million views before, well, some fun times. First, the Daily Wire itself hit the video with a copyright claim, blocking it from YouTube completely. Now, obviously that claim was complete bull. My video is obviously fair use under the law. I was using the footage from Matt Walsh's original propaganda film to discuss the intent and context of the disinformation in it, which falls clearly under any fair use law. But the Daily Wire was still able to take it down thanks to YouTube's draconian policies that give power to anyone who makes a copyright claim. So, thanks to the Daily Wire, my best performing video and the way that most people found my channel is now gone from the internet. Now, many of you may be asking, why would they want to take it down 2 years after it was posted? And obviously, I can't know for sure. I don't work at the Daily Wire, thank God. But it probably is because Matt Walsh just recently dropped his new hateful follow-up documentary, Am I a Racist? Spoiler, yes he is. Saved you 2 hours of nonsense. And because they're putting a big marketing push behind that video and wanted it to be front and center, there will be people looking up Matt Walsh after seeing the film. And my video, if you came to YouTube to look him up, would have likely been shown to people who searched his name or his other movie, and the Daily Wire definitely can't have that. Their whole game is keeping people trapped within their echo chamber and not hearing any other narratives and vilifying trans people. So that's most likely why, after 2 years, they decided to take down my video. Beyond being frustrating to me personally, I actually also find it kind of funny, because Matt Walsh is currently claiming on his own channel that critics are afraid to review his new film, basically arguing that critics don't want to review conservative media.
They're terrified to even mention a film that mocks the DEI industry because they know that the DEI industry can only survive if no one is allowed to question it. Also, our movie is actually good. And I think that's what scares them the most. And I know that sounds self-serving, saying that critics aren't reviewing it because it's too good sounds like some grade A hardcore cope. But in this case, it's true. And I invite any critic to challenge me on that point just by reviewing the film.
I accept that challenge.
And that's an interesting narrative to me because the original version of this video was my official submission as a Rotten Tomatoes critic to that site for What is a Woman. I was the only critic on that site to give it a Rotten Tomato score. So what it appears to be is that Matt Walsh is hypocritically claiming that critics are afraid to review his film so that he can play the victim to his audience, when in truth it's more likely that critics mostly just don't care about his film because it's not that interesting, when at the same time his company is actively censoring and seemingly afraid of transgender critics reviewing their movies and sharing actual deep dissection of how their movies misrepresent and distort actual facts and good analysis for profit. And I'm not the only trans critic they've done this to. The Daily Wire also did something similar for its comedy film, big quotes on the comedy there, Lady Ballers, late last year when it copyright claimed trans critic and friend of this channel Dead Domain's review of the film, effectively blocking it from YouTube and causing them to have to re-upload it. Feels like that's a little bit of hypocrisy there, And speaking of which, by the way, I've actually released a quick review of Am I a Racist over on my secondary channel so that I can submit it as my official Rotten Tomato review of the film. Put in the comments if you think I rated it fresh or rotten. I will say I might do a full video on Am I a Racist like this video at some point in the future, once the film actually comes out online and I can actually use clips from the film to better dissect it, but I'm not going to promise anything because I have a lot of projects going on, but I might do it. However, while it did block my video, I was trying to appeal the decision. However, that isn't the end of this story. To top it all off, the International Olympics Committee, just 2 weeks after I released another video about them that was very critical of them, hit the video with a copyright strike because I used 10 seconds of a Olympics clip to discuss trans athletes within this video. For those of you who don't know, a copyright strike isn't just an inconvenience on the channel, it's very dangerous to my livelihood, because if you get 3 strikes, your entire channel can be deleted. All of my work, everything I built, gone, just like that. All for 10 seconds of footage that itself arguably falls under fair use in a 4-hour video. And I can't even appeal a copyright strike because my only recourse would be to actually get a lawyer and take them to court. And so now I'm stuck uploading the video. But because of how YouTube's system works, this re-upload most certainly will not get the same traction the other video did and might even hurt my channel overall's performance in the algorithm. It's frankly just angering and financially crushing, especially because I rely on YouTube for a large portion of my income. And this is a larger problem with YouTube. Their copyright system and algorithm create an environment that benefits only the people and companies who can make YouTube the most money while punishing creators like me who they claim to support. We're the ones who lose visibility, lose income, and ultimately our voices on this platform. And this is a larger conversation about how this platform sets up to reward the biggest players at the expense of smaller creators, especially those from marginalized communities. It's unendingly exhausting, and it's a system that is set up to silence us or force us to just talk about no controversial topics. With controversial topics sometimes even meaning just talking about being trans, considering how politicized trans people are at the moment. But I am not giving up. I am going to be making a video in the near future that is going to dive deeper into how YouTube's system is failing creators and how it's affected me specifically, even just the past few months beyond this specific instance. But that is for later. For now, here's the re-upload of my What is Woman Takedown video. It may not do well in the algorithm, and if you can, please share it or give it a rewatch. It would mean a lot to me because I do believe that the information in this video is too important to let disappear from YouTube, even if it won't get as near as much visibility as it was initially getting. And also, selfishly, I think this is one of the best videos I've ever made, and I kind of just want it out there. So thanks for sticking with me. Thank you for supporting me. I'll be back later, and don't forget to support me over on Patreon if you can. And beyond that, enjoy. As much as you can, a topic like this.
I used to be frightened by all the wine coolers I saw.
Just lovely. Oh.
It was probably just the wind.
Hello there, kids. Welcome to Learning with Leftists, where we indoctrinate you one gender at a time. Today, I'm going to teach you some simple definitions. So, I'm going to show you an object, and you're going to give me its name and its definition, and keep it as simple as possible. We don't want to be too complicated up in here. It's not like I'm teaching middle school biology. Let's start off with our first object. What is this? That's right, it's a book. How do you define it? Yes, it's something you read. It's full of knowledge and ideas. Now, don't worry, this book is a little bit too old for you. We'll teach you that in the first grade. All right, time for our second object. What is this? Yes, it's a cat. And how do you define it? Yes, that's correct. It is a little eldritch horror demon that I keep in my house that I must feed daily or else it'll feed on me. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. All right there, buddy. All praise be to Newt. All praise be to Newt. But with that, that brings us to our last object. Remember, let's give it a name and a definition. So, let's go with our final object. What is this? That's right, this is a woman. Now, how do you define it?
What is a woman?
So what is a woman?
So what is a woman?
So what is a woman?
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
So what is a woman?
What? Who? What? Who said that? What's going on? Where am I? Huh? Who?
Literally, all he did was ask questions.
No.
It's the answers that are completely nuts.
Jessie G, your attempts to be funny are pathetic. I assume you've got no legitimate arguments here. I will assume, because I couldn't make it through the whole thing. I gave up after 3 minutes, even though I've tried really hard.
So what is a woman?
You still didn't answer the question! You're just trying to avoid it and spread this BS to manipulate people and make them more depressed, especially kids.
You're all mentally ill. But to prove the world wrong, you cut your dick off and call everyone else insane?
You spent an entire video and never answered the question. Unlike Matt Walsh, all you do is typical propaganda bashing a person. Why not straight up answer his question to shut him up?
I swear.
So what is a woman?
You look ridiculous and have no point at all. You like to be the victim of everything. A man with silicone implants in his chest is not a woman.
You're a man.
But what is a woman?
I can't do it.
But what is a woman?
That should work.
Just finished biceps, so now it's time for the elbow cleavage.
People talk about the government using birds as cameras as if it's a joke. The CIA literally admitted to doing that in the 70s, and cameras are much smaller now.
Hello, like that John Goodman dinosaur movie from the 90s, we're back, and oh boy, is it a fun time, because we're still talking about Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? For those of you who may have missed it, this is actually the second of my videos devoted to the host of the Daily Wire's cleverly named The Matt Walsh Show, and X-Men Origins Wolverine stan, Matt Walsh's recently released film where he ostensibly is trying to earnestly just ask questions about trans people and gender. Except, that's not what it really is. In my first video, I went over all the ways that Walsh uses the documentary film What is a Woman to give the veneer that he's actually trying to earnestly ask questions like a real reporter, when in actuality he's using a ton of manipulative tricks, including lying to his interviewee subjects, making people look bad through the edit, and intentionally misframing arguments made by people against him, all done to play to his audience's preconceived notions around transgender people. Namely, that we're gross and icky and bad and weird and strange and trans people are grody. Anyways, pick your negative adjective at this point because many conservatives just think we're gross. I mean, I think I'm gross too, but in a kind of positive way. Matt Walsh's What is a Woman isn't an earnest quest for answers, but a way to reinforce the already negative associations that many in the right wing have for transgender people. The same negative associations that have been built up for years and years at this point in many right-wing rhetorics. Even further, and most important for our discussion today, Matt does all this by building off the rhetoric of the nebulous, ever-shifting ruling class concept that permeates much of conservative media, most exemplified by Tucker Carlson, who always speaks about some vague power group suppressing you.
They want to control your mind. They want you to do what you're told. They want you to kiss the ring. They're not sentimental. They want power. They want power. They hate you. They want to hurt you. They call you a racist. They call you racist. They want to control what you do.
But who that ruling class is, who these elites are, can change from week to week. And quite often lately, more and more, it's trans people who want to control how you speak and somehow have more power than anyone else in society. At least that's how many conservatives wish to make you think about trans people.
They try to project themselves as being marginalized. These are the marginalized, these are the oppressed.
Yes, exactly.
But you can't make fun of them. You know, the way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
That's right.
These are the people that you can't make fun of. So it's very clear they hold all the institutional power in our culture.
And he does all of this to, well, that would be telling. We'll get there. But he starts off all of this by building his case by running through a gamut of familiar anti-transgender narratives that have all been percolating throughout right-wing spaces for the past few years, but even going back decades before then. And there's a shit ton of these narratives in this movie, so I got something a little bit special to help us, something that good old Matty here also uses in his film. Oh yeah, I got a conspiracy board. Oh God, I'm so excited. I've always wanted a conspiracy board so bad. I even got string. You guys, I have string. I have string in so many things. It's gonna be great. We're gonna do the whole conspiracy board thing. But before we get all inundated with this lovely, lovely string, I want to be clear. I'm in no way going to be able to address each and every single thing that Matt brings up in its totality in this video. I'm going to try my damnedest, but I'm going to miss a few things because there's a lot going on here. So I'm mainly going to be focused on directly rebutting the points and people that Matt brings into the narrative, as well as his own misinformation. However, there's a lot of issues that this film is going to touch upon. So for every single narrative that I bring up, I'm going to be putting another video by either myself or another content creator on YouTube who has delved into the discussion in much further detail. So to paraphrase a man who only had sex every 5 years, this video is meant to be the beginning of wisdom, not the end. So with that being said, string time. Ah, the current cream of the anti-transgender narrative crop. The needing to protect women's sports from the invasive trans people who are coming in to dominate it and taking away the hard-earned wins of women, despite many of them, Matt Walsh included, never caring about women's sports earlier enough to chime in that women shouldn't demand equal pay.
There is no equality between men's and women's sports, especially men's and women's basketball. The equality doesn't exist. Any effort to make them equal or to treat them equally is absurd.
I freely admit that I am not exactly an ardent fan of women's college swimming. In fact, I can only name one women's college swimmer, and he's not even a woman. So, but I am a fan of the truth and of justice and common sense. And all of these things are under assault when men are allowed to intrude sports. That's why it matters.
Yet this rallying cry that trans women are destroying women's sports has grown so much that nearly 30 states in the United States have tried to pass or did pass anti-transgender sports bills, banning trans people in women's sports. Not to mention many sports organizations also banning trans people recently. And that's not even to mention the harassment and demonization of transgender athletes like Leah Thomas, the first trans athlete to win an NCAA division championship.
Wouldn't it just be easier to identify as an 8th grader and just dominate kids swimming?
Yeah, right? That sounds about like how it's going, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry to make fun of it, but...
And there's a reason that conservatives have doubled down on this narrative, because it actually cuts across polarization of left and right, with even many liberals and left-leaning folks believing that trans women in women's sports is unfair. It's able to do that so well that many conservatives consider this to be their one main wedge issue for election season, hoping to use it to galvanize voters of either political persuasion to go to the polls because of the scary transes that'll ruin women's sports. Because, you know, caring about trans women and women's sports is more critical than healthcare policies, not letting people die in extreme weather-related incidents, gun control laws so kids don't get murdered by school shooters. Yeah, it's really the trans people in sports that you gotta be worried about right now. That being said, Matt does try to give the veneer that he's earnestly asking questions about trans women and women's sports throughout the film. Early in the piece, Matt speaks to the executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality, who rightly points out that trans women don't always have an advantage in all sports.
It's not indicative of an unfair advantage, and I think part of the proof of this is that more transgender girls are coming out in high school and still playing sports, and they're not winning. You know, the Connecticut case is the exception. It got a lot of attention because those two trans girls performed well, but there are many more trans girls competing in sports and they don't excel.
However, when he says this, Matt then takes it as his moment to cut to a montage of trans people winning sports, clearly implying the opposite, that trans women are always dominating sports.
Let's go, girls.
The norm is that transgender youth don't win that much in sports games.
Alana McLaughlin was very appreciative for Provost to take this fight. I don't know how appreciative is now, but she got a couple punches in.
It is very much the exception when a transgender young person does win.
And the tap!
And it's because there's not really an advantage to being trans. Only a few people are going to lead the pack.
Yeah, what this montage doesn't point out is that while some trans women do win at sports because, we're bombed that way, there's still a ton more cisgender women winning women's sports. Trans people are not dominating, and many trans people have not even come in first place, let alone the fact that many trans people haven't even qualified to compete in many of these sports. Like just this past year, a trans person qualified for the Olympics for the first time. And people took that as like, oh my gosh, this trans person is going to dominate women's sports, without forgetting that there have been literally decades where trans people didn't even qualify for the Olympics. But why note that when you can point to the few trans people winning a few sports? What Matt Walsh is doing here is playing off the frequency illusion. This fallacy that when someone notices something for the first time, like a trans person winning, you tend to notice it a lot more when it does happen because it's abnormal. So instead of noting the hundreds and hundreds of times that cisgender women win sports, you notice the handful of times that trans women do. Truth is, trans people have been competing in sports for decades without issue, and we don't beat cisgender women all the time. We win sometimes, but not all the time, because that's just how sports works. Let's actually use Leah Thomas as an example. People like to argue that Leah Thomas has an unfair advantage as a trans woman in sports, or as a biological male, as they like to put it, in order to deny Leah Thomas's womanhood.
So William Thomas was a college swimmer. He was pretty good. Then he decided, pretty smart, to identify as a woman, and he became great. Not a scam or anything. And now he's been nominated by University of Pennsylvania, which is sort of an Ivy League school, as the, quote, NCAA Woman of the Year. So here you have a man competing in women's swimming competitions and getting awarded for it.
And at surface level, this seems true. She won the NCAA championship in the women's 50 freestyle, which is what set off so many conservatives' anger at her dominating over cis women. Yet, at that same event, she competed yet didn't win the 200 and 100 women's freestyle, losing to other cis women. In fact, she finished 5th in the 200 and dead last in the 100. And her winning time in the 500 was 9 seconds slower than the record that had been set by a cis woman. I could give many more examples than just Leah Thomas, though, of trans women losing or doing okay in sports against cis women, but I don't like to argue for trans rights by pointing out stories of transgender failures. Instead, I just leave it out there to show you that even with the example that conservatives love to use that say trans women have an unfair advantage, like Leah Thomas, we clearly can see that trans women actually don't and can be beaten by cis women. Even further, Leah Thomas is also an example of how trans women, once we start transition medically, don't actually have a continuing advantage as we did before we started transitioning, at least when it comes to certain specific sports. For example, since taking hormones, Leah Thomas has not been able to come close to her personal best speed records that she set before starting hormones. Now, this is not always the case across all sports, but it is true that once trans women start taking hormones, they will usually have a disadvantage or a lowered advantage in sports. And we'll come back to these issues of advantages or disadvantages in a second, though. The point here, though, mainly is that hormones do play a role in changing trans women's bodies, so that we are not just, quote, men in sports that folks like Matt Walsh paint us as. It's a much more complex issue. Tendency by people like Matt Walsh to play off the frequency illusion to demonize trans people as a whole is highlighted by the fact that Matt speaks to Celine Soule, a girl who in high school a few years ago lost a track run competition to 2 trans women, Terry Miller and Andre Yearwood, costing Soule, in her own words, a college scholarship.
I lost the opportunity to participate at the New England Championships. I lost the chance to be scouted by top coaches, possibly even to win scholarships.
The right wing loves this girl, and she's appeared in everything from Fox News to PragerU, so of course Matt Walsh brings her out here. She's this perfect little story of how the transes take away everything from the poor young white girls and children.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls who have lost meets and titles and their drive to compete as hard as they can because they know that they will never be good enough to compete against these athletes.
But this story ignores that, one, Soule wasn't owed that scholarship.
They took away the spots of deserving girls, me being included.
Soule, as a girl of certain privileges, both financially and as a young white woman, feels as if she has a right to these things, as if it was something that she was owed. She may not even really think about this consciously, but she exudes it in all of her statements that she's made to the media, that something was stolen from her, when that actually isn't the case. Nothing was taken from her, she just didn't earn it from trans women. But to her mind, these things like scholarships and championship opportunities were something that trans people took away from her, without her recognizing that she wasn't owed those things, and that the trans women, notably 2 young black women that she competed against, were just as deserving of recognition for their hard work. Hard work that is constantly taken away from trans people by saying we are somehow cheating or have an unfair advantage, despite the clear dedication and work many trans athletes put into their job and their sport. This underlies the implicit racism and transphobia within that entitlement, that these black trans girls that beat Celine were replacing a white girl's rightful place to win that scholarship. Yet, these black trans girls also deserve a chance at education and also worked hard to win that scholarship. But even beyond this competition, like number 2, why are we forcing kids to pay excessive amounts for college, so much so that they have to literally fight each other in duels of physical competition in order to have enough money in order to go to college in the first place? Like, the whole concept of scholarships is kind of inherently fucked up. We should just allow people to go to college. Like, it's not killing people, but it's literally like Hunger Games or Squid Games-esque, where we have people fighting each other just to get basic things that everyone should have. Also, this whole narrative built up around Celine's soul is a lie anyways. Because you see, Soul complains that a cisgender woman like her could never have beaten these two young trans black women.
How does that feel?
It is so frustrating and heartbreaking because we elite female athletes train so hard to shave just fractions of a second off of our time. And going into races knowing that we will never be able to win.
Feels like all that work gone to waste.
It does. After so many losses, it just gets to the point of, why am I even doing this?
But those two young trans black women got beat the same year Soul lost to them by a cisgender woman, Chelsea Mitchell, another person who the right likes to take out to vilify trans people. Oh, and by the way, Soul went to college just fine. She didn't actually need the scholarship because she's actually from a wealthy family, cause, you know, of course she is. Like, this whole story is based upon a privileged, entitled, white young girl complaining that she lost a scholarship that she was owed, that she didn't even need to be able to go to college, to two young trans black girls who had significantly fewer financial means in order to go to those same colleges. As well as the fact that they're vilifying these two young transgender girls as cheaters somehow, when clearly they are at the same level of competition-wise as other cis girls around them, considering that they have also been beaten by cis girls, a fact that is often left out of the conversation around these two women. Moving beyond the messed up story of Celine's soul though, Matt Walsh also doesn't acknowledge that numerous studies show that trans people don't always have an advantage in every sport, as we were talking about earlier. Nor does he acknowledge that to ban someone purely on the basis of who they are, like banning trans people from sports, is just straight discrimination. Like, for example, a trans woman was banned from the New Zealand Darts Association simply for being trans. Like, darts! Fucking darts! She was banned for being trans from fucking darts. Doesn't that just show how ridiculous this whole idea of just banning trans people flat out is? While the flat out banning of trans people from sports based solely on them being trans is often the straightforward effect of these discourses that vilify trans women in sports, sometimes folks like Matt Walsh will obfuscate this intention by arguing that he's not arguing for the flat banning of transgender people from sports.
No one is saying that quote-unquote trans women are not allowed to compete in sports. No one is trying to prevent trans people from competing in sports. Nobody is trying to prevent trans people from using the bathroom. No one's doing that. All we are saying is that the rules for quote trans people should be exactly the same as they are for everybody else. You're not special. So I can compete against men in sports and I can use the men's bathroom because I'm a biological male. And all we're saying is that if you are a trans person, you have to obey the same rule as me.
Yet ultimately, he's using this argument to uphold a system of men versus women, that we can only see things in this binary way, that we should then put trans women in competition with men, where it will quote-unquote be more fair. Yet, as we saw before with the studies that I showed you, trans women there also have a distinct disadvantage. So this places trans women ourselves in a disadvantaged situation, something that cuts against the idea of fairness that Walsh constantly likes to pay lip service to, but doesn't actually care about. You see, the real question to follow isn't should we ban trans people, but to ask what is the best way to segregate sports. Cause to be honest, I think it's overly reductive to just narrow the conversation down to should trans women be allowed in sports or not. That's ultimately a false dichotomy to try to place this conversation upon, and one that is only about debating the rights of trans people and not the larger issue at hand. There are so many ways we can think about sports rather than separating it based on gender alone. Think of weight classes in boxing, for example. In a similar way, instead of saying trans people are banned from sports, or giving trans people a separate category, we could focus on each individual sport and say, how best do we segregate within this field? Maybe for swimming, it could be muscle mass or weight. Maybe for track, it's leg length. I mean, I don't really assume to know the best way for each sport because I'm not an athlete. But we can start to think about how instead of separating based solely on gender, it makes much more sense to have more clear and distinct qualifiers regardless of sex on who can compete in a way that would not only be inclusive of all trans people but not separate women and men as well, which by doing so subtly underscores this idea that all women, cis or trans, are somehow inherently weaker than men, a separation that itself has roots in sexism. I mean, Let's ask the question, why do we segregate sports based on sex and not some other way that better pits people against each other based on their skills rather than on gender versus gender? You see, the story surrounding how we decided to segregate sports on sex is actually surprisingly similar to the arguments against trans people in sports now. Up until fairly recently, there were many sports that didn't actually have a women's category at all, and women were allowed to compete freely against men. And many women started to beat men. Take, for example, Mad Civers, who came in second place in the World Figure Skating Championships in 1902. But because this woman suddenly started beating men, this caused women to be banned from figure skating championships in 1903. Because, how dare a woman beat a man in a sports competition? Arguments around this eventually led to the creation of a women's category for figure skating in 1905. This category was created under the argument that women were weak and needed a separate category so they didn't have to face all the men, despite women kicking men's butts when they competed against them in certain cases. Then from there, once women's sports became a separate category, for the most part they have been consistently underfunded, underpromoted, and women's athletes underpaid.
Our contributions to the Federation should be seen as equal to what the men have done.
Well, they are ranked 30th in the world.
We're ranked number 1.
It creates an economy where women are seen as a secondary class under men. This should sound familiar to all of you when it comes to trans people, because we had transgender athlete Leah Thompson winning a gold medal for swimming in 2022, and now FINA has banned trans competitors from women's competitions, creating an other category for trans people. And I wonder if this other category will get the same funding as women's sports or men's sports in general. Yet you'll constantly hear this subtle drumbeat behind the rhetoric about trans women in sports used by Matt Walsh and others that constantly frames cisgender women as needing protection not just from trans women, but the strong men who will beat them no matter what, reinforcing women as weaker to men.
Male and female athletes are so different, separated by such a vast biological chasm, that you can actually count the total number of dunks made by the WNBA players in the history of the league.
To support this argument, Walsh and many others will even bring up stories about how a high school boys soccer team beat the Olympics-level women's soccer team in a scrimmage game.
Back in 2017, a team of 15-year-old boys scrimmaged against the U.S. women's national soccer team and beat them 5-2, which is just great, first of all.
This story, however, forgets to mention that the game was done mostly for the women to have a light practice before a big game with Russia, and their stated intention playing the boys' high school team was to practice new routines and get a light workout and not to go all out and trounce a group of high school boys. Yet Walsh and others will constantly bring this story up in order to reinforce how any woman is just naturally worse than most men in physical arenas. In fact, we could also delve further into how arguments on how to segregate in sports are often wielded not to make things fairer, but to push out minorities from higher level competition or competing at all. For example, we could bring in the story of Caster Semenya, a black woman runner who was born a woman but had higher testosterone levels than others, leading people to argue that she shouldn't be allowed to compete in women's sports. But she's a woman. A cis woman at that, and one's biology in sports mixed with what training they do is entirely the point of doing sports in the first place. Semenya is intersex, and we'll discuss intersex identities a bit further into this video in another section, but that doesn't inherently give her an advantage or disadvantage, nor does it invalidate the fact that she is a woman, has identified as a woman her whole life, and also is cisgender. Yet, despite this, she's still been singled out and discriminated from being allowed to compete in women's sports based on her biology. She's a woman and should compete against women. Yet by arguing that she's not a valid woman by the standards of the sports league that she's competing in, it's inherently invalidating her womanhood. And this isn't even a new phenomenon, as something similar happened to a cis woman athlete, Maria Jose Martinez Patino, who had to undergo genetic testing to compete in women's sports and was told due to her intersex condition in 1985 that she was not allowed to compete. It showcases how often these issues fall upon black women and other women of color quite often, too. Additionally, we can also look at how many modern arguments against trans people in sports today often have their root in racist discrimination. For example, MMA fighter Fallon Fox recently discussed how bone density arguments that are often wielded against trans women in sports have their roots in racist discourses.
There's a lot of talk about the bone density of trans women in relation to sport. Opponents of trans women athletes say our bones are too dense to compete with cis women. But did you know that there are racial differences in bone density? Did you know that many cis women have more dense bones than cis men? Specifically, many black cisgender women have more dense bones when compared to white cisgender men. So, Does this mean that black cisgender women are more of a danger to women's sports, especially in the sport of MMA, where we are punching and kicking each other? No, they aren't. And neither are trans women in sports. Bring this up the next time someone says trans women have an advantage in sports because of bone density.
This difference in bone density that Fox points out was often used to argue that black athletes shouldn't be allowed to compete against white people, arguing that bone density was the basis enough for segregating or banning people in sports based solely on one's race. The same argument is being used today against trans people, arguing that trans people should be banned or segregated in sports based solely on being trans. It's just being brought up to argue for discrimination, not being used to argue for more science-based inclusive policies. Even further, as Fallon Fox pointed out, this argument was made to delegitimize black women's womanhood and reinforce womanhood as a concept as requiring being weaker than men, as this was arguing that because some black women had higher bone density than cisgender men, this made them not eligible to compete against cisgender white women, subtly reinforcing the idea that black women were somehow less of women, which is its own idea that comes out of colonialist histories that we'll talk about in just a little bit later on in this video. But the larger point is that bone density arguments, as well as any argument typically wielded against trans people like lung capacity or elsewhere, is just being used to obfuscate discrimination. And it also ignores the ongoing science developing right now. For example, a new study that just came out suggests that trans women have a lower bone density than cis women or even cis men. Or we could look at something like lung capacity. A study by Joanna Harper shows that trans runners, where lung capacity is a big factor, don't seem to develop amazing competitive advantages against cisgender women as soon as they transition. But even if trans athletes did have all of the advantages, which to reiterate, according to the science, trans athletes do not, at least not inherently by being trans, this still wouldn't be an argument for discriminating against trans people based solely on them being trans. It would be an argument for finding more inclusive policies and ways to segregate that benefit everyone based on the research for each sport. And by the way, the same is entirely true if trans people had all of the disadvantages as well, as we still should find ways to be inclusive. It's why the whole discourse of trans women are destroying women's sports is itself a false frame, as it's being used to uphold an institution of cisgender white women being segregated from cisgender men, so they can be seen in opposition to cisgender men as always weaker. The goal of these discussions isn't really to protect women's sports, but to uphold a system that itself has been normalized as okay. The false concept that women in men's sports should inherently be separated in order to protect the women due to their physical inferiority, which is itself just a sexist way to view things, but has been normalized in how we think about women's sports. And these framings do cause harm, not just institutionally, with many trans women, black, indigenous women of color, and intersex women like Castor Semenya often being banned from sports simply for who they are, but also individually, with many athletes from marginalized communities facing harassment for being seen as cheating for having the bodies that they have, which itself can lead to them being unable to find work in their field, like MMA fighters Fallon Fox or Alana McLaughlin, who has not been able to find a second fight due to all the hate and fake science being spread about her. It's why, to already begin the debate from the point of contention that one specific identity, be it their gender, sex, or race, gives them an inherent advantage, already inherently gives the advantage in the discussion to and plays into the hands of those who already seek to discriminate. You've already ceded the battlefield that this is a point that we even need to be discussing based on these factors, whether someone's trans or not, or whether someone's a woman or not, or whether someone's black or not. This is why talking about supporting trans athletes is a key social justice issue, because while on its face this discussion seems to be about fairness, these arguments against trans women in sports are being used to uphold institutional discrimination and not science-based practices.
I just wish people would try to understand what a lived trans experience is like, and then really try and understand this argument that's being put at trans women, that they're trying to ruin female sport. No one wants that. Trans women just want to go out and live a life and play sport like anyone else. I'm sure if you look into sport, there are people out there who have these advantages, which people celebrate, and they just say, this person's amazing. Wow, look how good they are. Look how fast they are. Look how high they could climb, whatever it is. And yet, as soon as we look at transgender women, it's like a completely different set of rules. And that to me feels like blatant discrimination.
The only reason that framing the debate in this way seems to have the air of fairness is because our discussion of sports has already been so skewed to normalize the idea that segregating simply based on one's sex, women versus men, is already inherently fair, which it actually isn't. But if we start from that false assumption, then other arguments that argues for protecting this type of segregation seem more acceptable, and thus can be used to further argue for discrimination based on someone's identity, be they transness or race.
It seems that we won't really be living in a free and equal society, and I suspect that quite a lot of people viewing would agree with me. There's something wrong with that.
But keep this idea in mind. The idea that having built normalized discourses on men versus women leads to further discrimination down the road, as it's used to give airs of legitimacy to other similar types of arguments. And this type of discourse, by starting a debate this way, is going to underscore much of the rest of this 4-hour video. All of this just underscores the real discussion that we should be having. That each sport should find more inclusive, scientific-based ways to segregate in sports, rather than doing so simply along sex, gender, or racial-based lines, as that is just simply discrimination. Yet at the end of the day, we are seeing how currently in this discussion of trans people in sports, it's just being wielded by those in certain spaces to dictate who is and who isn't a woman. Not really caring about sports, because if they did, they would have fought earlier for women's sports to get equal funding or for women athletes to get equal pay, but are being used to just push out certain people from sports. And we can see this very clearly by how some parents in Utah are now complaining that a cis athlete might be trans because they aren't feminine enough. Or how one bill in Florida requires genital inspections of children in order to determine if a child is trans or not before they're allowed to play sports. It's all about control of bodies and controlling how people define their own bodies. It's us seeing how all of this is not used to actually care about trans women or women in women's sports, but to reinforce gender norms of what a woman should be, namely privileged, white, and weaker than men. You see, it's the same rhetoric being used again and again and again to disenfranchise people other than men. The whole reason we do this is that we're upholding a gender-based system that puts men on top and forces cisgender women and trans people from seeing each other as allies but as enemies against each other. It's almost as if Matt wants to continually reinforce the gender binary structure that implicitly frames women as weaker and less able than men. Keep that in mind. Now, I started this video off with the trans people in sports narrative that Matt Walsh tries to push because it ultimately becomes a microcosm of all the arguments that Matt is going to be making throughout this video. It showcases how all of Matt's arguments throughout this film are going to be disingenuous in their framing and often reinforce gender roles, and often highlight a false need to protect the weak and feeble cisgender women and children from the scary transes, but also have a political intention to them. So keep all that in mind and how these narratives are brought up throughout the rest of this video. Alright, this is a fun argument that Matt makes just because of how racistly Matt decides to explore it. Matt says that he wants to disprove gender activist crazy arguments that gender is a social construct made by our society today, not one that's actually innate or natural. So in order to do that, Matt makes a big deal of how he traveled all the way to Africa to talk to an African tribe, the Maasai, to see how they think about gender.
We came a long way to come and talk to you guys, thousands of miles from America.
And this tribe do actually ultimately reinforce the idea of the roles of men and women being separate, and which fit into a similar traditionalist gender role that Matt ascribes to Orthodox Christian men.
What does a man do? What are his roles within the tribe?
At the role of a man, you need to work for your woman. Secondly, to have children. If you have children and you don't have something to feed them, you are not still a man.
They also bond and laugh at the very idea of non-binary people.
What about if someone was non-binary?
Come again?
Non-binary?
You're not a woman, you're not a man.
Yeah, someone is neither. They're something else. Is that?
He's saying we have never seen things like those. For a man, he has a penis. For a woman, he has a vagina. So we know this is a lady, this is a man.
What if it's a woman with a? What if it's a woman with a penis?
Both.
Is that? People are laughing. Is that a dumb question?
You gotta love it. So yeah, what Matt is basically doing here is my black friending an entire African tribe. My African tribe friend said it, so my transphobia must be okay. That's quite literally what he's doing here. Even further, Matt makes a point to highlight how this tribe has a biological essentialist view on womanhood, that a woman is defined solely down to her ability to produce children.
What is a woman if you had to give it a definition?
She's saying a woman delivered, a man cannot.
But if we actually investigate the tribe that Matt went to visit, the Maasai tribe is actually highly patriarchal, with men in the tribe managing and governing, while women are often subject to men. Maasai women also have their clitorises removed after they start menstruating, and they're considered to be ready for marriage after that point, a harmful and incredibly sexist practice that has been since outlawed.
Currently, 93% of Maasai women live with the consequences of female genital mutilation. In the Maasai community of Esitete, when a girl reaches puberty, it is mandatory that she be circumcised.
Further, in the Maasai tribe, women are owned by a man once married and are not allowed to return to their birth family after marriage. A woman becomes property of a man and does not actually belong to her family in this society. On top of that, a woman who has had her clitoris cut in this society is seen as more beneficial because she'll be seen as having no interest in wanting to have an affair. So yeah, it's all about controlling women and women's bodies. Now, I want to be very clear here. I am not an expert, and I'm not here to be the white woman passing judgment on an African tribe, as I'm not qualified to discuss that in great detail. I'll leave that to people who are much better able to talk about that stuff. But the critical thing that I want to point out all these things for is to note for our discussion in Matt, is that Matt intentionally sought out an African tribe that reflected his worldview around gender roles and men being at the head of a family, and then used that tribe to then extrapolate that apparently all cultures in Africa must know that men and women are separate. He's basically making the argument that because this one singular African tribe has rigid gender roles similar to what we have in our society today in Western culture, that apparently trans people must be a new phenomenon just made up recently. There are so many things wrong with that on so many levels. First and foremost, when trans activists talk about how many other cultures didn't have the same idea of gender as we do, we aren't saying that every single culture had different genders than we do, or that they couldn't all be patriarchal. What we are saying is that many do. Not all, but many. Some examples of multiple gender and gender roles would be the Haraja in India, or two-spirit identities in many indigenous American cultures. Or even if we went into mythologies like Norse legends of how Odin used women's magic, or Loki could shapeshift and even give birth as a woman. I've also even done videos like this one that touch upon how while we didn't have the words transgender or even transsexual until recent times, there have always been people who existed out of assigned gender roles even within Western culture. How we conceptualize and think about transness and gender and things like that might be a more recent understanding today, but we have always existed in numerous different ways. Further, even if we talk about the Maasai tribe, they even mention different roles for women within their tribe, offering up a question that Matt doesn't follow up on.
A woman has its own duty, and a man has its own duty, and a lady cannot do the duty of a man, and a man cannot do a duty of a woman.
How do we define gender, not genitals, in their society? Because women in Maasai society are separated into two life stages, pre and post menstruation, and men are actually given 3 life stages: childhood, warrior, and senior warrior. All of this is separate from simple roles in society like jobs you can have, but literally seen as different types of womanhood and manhood. These ideas don't fit into the ideal same Western nuclear family roles that people like Matt so often champion. Sounds like the Maasai tribe has different conceptualizations of gender than Western culture does. Gender has always been a flexible concept in many cultures, even our own, and just because Matt found one that more closely aligns with his ideals doesn't prove anything other than his racism. Because yeah, a lot of the way Matt talks about this tribe is incredibly racist. For example, of course, when Matt goes to this section in the film, he plays stereotypical African music behind as the soundtrack, and tries to learn how to throw a spear as he watches Maasai slaughter a goat.
Just with the elbow?
Yeah.
What Matt is doing by showing these images and this music is doing this same mystifying of African tribes that defines so much of the noble, savage, racist literature of colonialization periods. Not to mention, this whole idea is a call to primitivism. This idea that something that's ancient, simple, and unsophisticated is somehow more natural. Yet, Matt is making this call to primitivism with people who literally exist today. Like, these people are alive It's quite literally infantilizing, racist, and colonialist to call primitive real people that are living today. Matt even says shit like this in his accompanying book for What is a Woman, available now for $28.99.
I must admit I certainly wouldn't want to live life like the Maasai. I doubt any American who was honest with himself would. Their lives are terribly difficult. The poverty is visceral and always present. They certainly have some horrifying cultural practices that I do not condone. The truth is that after the Garden of Eden, there has never been a place or a golden age where everything was perfect and made sense. But even so, the Maasai people seem to have discovered a truth that we in the West don't know, or maybe they never forgot a truth that we no longer remember.
In this quote, Matt is using his Christian beliefs to judge the Maasai, like how Christian colonizers tried to do, while also mystifying them as having some innate connection to nature that we Westerners forgot, the noble savage idea. It's fucked up, but the goal of this whole section is for Matt to use his black friend tribe in order to justify his essentialist view on gender. That there's something innately man or woman, just core in our bones, in our biology, something that Matt would ascribe to God. And everything else is just trans is confusing people, and he's using racist rhetoric in order to do so. He deliberately ignores that gender has always been an ever-changing concept throughout numerous cultures, including our own, and our current Western culture has reinforced a binary view of gender in order to commodify our bodies and lives into sellable boxes and to keep men on top. But we'll get there later. If anything, Matt accidentally in this section points out how truly the real product of Western society is the rigid binary ideas of gender that it tries to sell us, not trans identities. Oh, also, before we leave this section, can we also just take a moment to appreciate how, terrible Matt throws that spear? It's also kind of stupidly funny.
Just with the elbow?
Yeah.
I mean, they're laughing, so I guess it's not good, but...
Oh my god, Matt, look at him go! Look at him go! Alright, so this topic is an incredibly important one to understand because it's going to lead us into a slew of other things. It's kind of a foundational idea for the entirety of Matt Walsh's rhetoric and film, so let's get rolling here. Early in the film, Matt Walsh speaks to Michelle Forsyre, a child pediatrician who, like Professor Patrick, who we discussed in the first part of this series, was unaware of Walsh's intentions with making the film and eventually came to understand and become hostile towards his questioning.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders?
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's
Why's that?
going in a particular direction.
Well, you're a medical professional.
I am a medical professional.
So you don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or?
Again, I'm a physician and I use medication. You're choosing exploitive words.
Because you see, if Matt was trying to have an earnest investigative spirit, the initial question to ask Forsyre would be, when do kids start understanding their gender? But his real first question is telling. You see, he doesn't ask questions about gender. His first question is he asks, when can kids start identifying as transgender?
At what age can a child first begin to transition into another gender or identify themselves as a gender different from how they were born?
The goal here is to get Forsyre to sound like she's trying to get kids to identify as trans at a young age, that she would have some malicious intent, that young kids can fall into this trap of being trans and tricked into it by an adult. But we'll get back to that. But Forsyre says this back.
Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in gender. Some children figure out their gender really early. And the reason why we say, oh, that's interesting or important is because they're figuring out their gender identity is not necessarily congruent with their sex assigned at birth.
She points out that teaching kids about gender is not about getting kids to change their gender, but to recognize what gender is at a young age and then relate it to their sense of self. Kids start to recognize the idea of gender reasonably early, but not initially, proving that gender is actually a learned construct, not an innate one. But again, Matt seems to confuse the idea between sex and gender, maybe because he didn't listen to Professor Patrick. But really, it's intentional because he wants to confuse his audience, those watching the film, between sex and gender, and thereby make Forsyre seem ridiculous for not knowing what a man is because he has a penis. As well as begin to subtly imply his narrative that he'll get to in a minute, that doctors like Forsyre and educators about gender and transgender issues that talk to kids are trying to make children identify as transgender at a very young age.
When did that start? When was it decided that we need to start teaching kids about this stuff at such a young age?
This is an idea that props up a lot in much of right-wing rhetoric today, that the left is trying to groom children into becoming transgender, which Forsyre's response showcases is not actually the case, even though Matt tried to trick her into saying that was the case, with his very leading questions. Again, it's this constant intentional confusion between ideas of gender and biological traits. From here, Matt makes an equivalent with Santa Claus.
Have you ever met a 4-year-old who believes in Santa Claus?
Mm-hmm.
So this is someone who believes that a fat man is traveling through the sky on a flying reindeer at lightning speed, coming down his chimney with presents.
Yeah.
Would you say that this is someone who maybe has a tenuous grasp on reality?
Santa is made up, yet kids believe in him. He argues that since kids believe in Santa, how can they actually believe in gender identity? Matt here is attempting to equate gender, a social construct, and Santa Claus, a made-up fantasy man who we tell kids sneaks into their home and eats cookies and delivers expensive presents, as equally made up. Thus, he's trying to get across with this false equivalency that children couldn't possibly be trusted to understand their own gender because they don't understand reality, because they believe in something as silly as Santa. Now, we'll talk more about why he uses this example in a second, but clearly, right on his face, this is bunk. While children do believe in Santa, they also believe in many real things, like, you know, that a table exists, or that they have a name, or many other things that we teach to children. One doesn't necessarily prove the other. At one point, he even says flat out that gender is being forced upon children.
You prey upon impressionable children and indoctrinate them into your insane ideological cult, a cult which holds many fanatical views, but none so deranged as the idea that boys are girls and girls are boys.
We're pushing gender onto kids, you know, like the gender roles you put your kids into at the beginning of the film.
Give my son a BB gun, and that's just about all the emotional support he needs.
Who's pushing gender roles onto who, Matt? But again, Matt is reinforcing the idea that men and women are innately one thing versus another, instead of what the concept of thinking about gender and sex separately is all about. That sex is discussing biological traits we are born with, and gender are the social roles or attributes that we ascribe to people within our society today, often based around sex, but not necessarily tied to it. Throughout the film, Matt repeatedly argues the idea of biological essentialism, that boys and girls know inherently that they're boys or girls based on chromosomes, and interviews folks that state as such.
Sex is biology. Sex is unchanging. It's based on chromosomes. 99.999% of the cells in the body are marked either male or female.
Continually, Matt often equates this biological essentialism to a truth, quote unquote, of nature, which he also equates as God-given.
I like to come out here to think nature seems to always tell the truth.
So by highlighting it as the truth, it goes to what we spoke about in our first video, that this is the correct answer, as he states and implies constantly. Yet, he only ever presents this option in the film, often directly ignoring or skipping over a deeper discussion of the idea of social roles, gender versus biology. Even directly editing over people stating this idea to paint the concept as ridiculous to his audience, instead of being willing to engage with it earnestly.
Just might call individual differences, but rather thinking about gender, and that's not women and man, but gender as a social form, something that kind of infuses itself into virtually all aspects of social life.
Well, let's talk about that then. I guess we should start with, we've got gender and sex, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between the two? Is there a difference?
I saw that in your questions and I thought, my goodness, this is what we spend an entire semester kind of thinking through. But what we tend to think about in the social sciences today is that sex refers to a set of biological characteristics and gender is a social construct or category. What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. But in that framing, when you split them up into these wholly discrete constructs, studies scholars, and really more specifically,
He even makes sure to try to paint the idea as ridiculous and confusing when he tries to confuse the concept with an argument with Forsyre.
Male gametes. That's what makes me male.
No, your sperm don't make you male.
Then what does?
It's a constellation.
In reality, in truth, okay?
Whose truth are we talking about?
The same truth that says we're sitting in this room right now, you and I.
No, you're not listening.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female, or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide? Let's
What does that have to do
frame
with-
it, because you're trying
The chicken has sex like any biological
chicken has
organism.
an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs?
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
Instead of letting her actually state the idea concretely, he starts equating things to chickens and to other animals, instead of actually letting her talk and explain her ideas.
This is someone who can't distinguish between fantasy and reality, so how could you take that as a reality?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old and their imagination is.
Aren't kids famous for their active imaginations? Should we really let our children define reality?
This is Matt's intention, and it's a common tactic used to confuse about transgender people. Matt's goal is to confuse the idea of gender versus sex for his audience, that this idea of gender is all make-believe fantasy, and make it seem like doctors like Forsyre, who are trans-affirming, don't understand basic biology, that they don't understand that genetics or chromosomes actually exist, which isn't the case. Doctors like Forsyre are intensely aware of biology, the whole purpose of them being doctors. But Matt asks leading and confusing questions in order to conflate the two and make the doctor sound ridiculous as a result, and thereby able to continually imply his quote-unquote truth of biology. As a result, while Matt does not go directly as far to state that women are just baby-making factories, just leaving that to the African tribe to state, at least at this point in the film, he continually implies it, reducing womanhood solely to biology.
It sounds like what you're saying is that if a man is male, but thinks of himself as a woman, he's not actually a woman?
That's correct.
Something that we'll see has much more insidious intentions later on in the film. But his Santa Claus argument kind of disproves his point, as Forsyre points out.
Would you say that this is someone who maybe has a tenuous grasp on reality?
They have an appropriate 4-year-old handle on the
Sure.
reality
Agreed.
that's very real for them.
Agreed.
Santa Claus is real to kids because parents often tell them that Santa exists, and children are given evidence of his existence in the form of presents arriving. Their limited understanding of the world is based on the limited evidence being told to them. Those in authority are leading them to an inaccurate worldview built on a social construction with a simple, mystical answer. Just like, gender roles that Matt is pushing upon his kids. Society, like how parents tell kids about Santa, tells us that gender roles are who we are supposed to be. So many will take these ideas of gender roles as natural and real when it's not, and it's a made-up social construct. This isn't to say that gender doesn't have real effects and that it doesn't exist, but that it is a man-made idea that we constructed through society. Just like kids believe in Santa because they see evidence of Santa, people believe in gender roles because they see evidence of gender roles all around them, because we have had it permeate our culture. Like how we tell men to be more violent and emotionless, and they look around and see other men being more violent and emotionless because society has told them to be more violent and emotionless, and thereby they seem to think that it is natural and normal for men to be more violent and emotionless. And again, this is the foundation for a lot of Matt's arguments going forward. The whole point of this section is to incept the idea that children are being forced to identify with a gender other than their natural and innate state by women like Forsyre, instead of recognizing that gender is a social construct that it is. Forsyre's goal, and the goal of all educators and doctors who wish to discuss gender and have trans-affirming care and discussions, is to allow all kids to learn about gender in a healthy way. By doing so, it allows most kids to understand that, yeah, they do fit within their gender and the roles that were assigned to them, but also to build a healthier relationship to it and understand that they don't have to be one single way in order to be a man or to be a woman. Beyond that, though, also, more kids who are trans will be better able to understand that they are that because they're given the words and ability to think about it that way. They've been given the representation and language to discuss it in a way that is healthy and hopeful. Hence why you will often see more trans kids when you teach gender this way. But it's not that we're making more transgender children. It's that more trans kids are able to articulate that they are trans. By intentionally obfuscating this distinction between education about sex versus gender, Matt is confusing correlation with causation, and thus using that to help vilify trans people and educators as groomers making trans people, instead of educators who are actually helping teach all kids about gender versus sex and having a healthier relationship and understanding of who they are themselves. It's this foundational idea that gender is trying to be pushed upon children, and that leads us to our next section. Matt does all of this because he wants to build up this idea that differences between men and women are natural and God-given, and that a movement is trying to force gender upon kids. So in order to do this, he creates a apparent malicious history behind gender ideology, To create this narrative, he speaks to Miriam Grossman, who, like Selena Soul, is a woman that the right likes to trot out to defend their transphobic narratives. This segment starts off with Grossman handing Matt a children's book that affirms trans people and features art of a sex scene, which Matt blanches at.
Here's just one page I want you to see here.
For 10 and up, huh?
It's unspeakable what these people have done to our children.
The reason that they showcase this in the film is to highlight this idea that sex is being thrown at children at a young age, even though the book, as they point out, is meant to be sex education for kids 10 and up. And the recommended age for exposing kids to healthy sex education is, according to research done by Georgetown University, 10 and up. This is not saying that kids should have sex at 10 years old, but teach them about sex. I had my first sex education class at 10 years old, and look how I turned out. Okay, maybe that's a bad example. But seriously, it has been proven that sex education at certain ages does help kids have a better understanding and grip on sex. In fact, many studies have shown that by giving kids proper and early sex education, that they actually choose to have sex later in life. Getting to know about sex in a healthy way at right stages within your life to learn about certain things helps to demystify sex, and helps sex become a more normal part of our lives as it should be. But this highlights how people in the right wing often vilify everything to do with sex, and have an open disdain for any discussion of sex in a healthy way, specifically around kids. And it's the idea that we see permeating a lot of right-wing discourse on LGBTQ issues at the moment, surrounding things like the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida.
We have seen curriculum embedded for very, very young children, classroom materials about sexuality and woke gender ideology.
They saw teachers in middle schools, in elementary schools, sometimes even preschools, presenting kids with sexual classroom materials, such as the gender unicorn.
Like, oh my gosh, hearing about LGBTQ issues as a kid, you know, people that actually exist and aren't inherently sexual, oh, keep it away from the children. This disdain feeling at anything that even remotely resembles sex is highlighted during a film segment where Matt speaks to a nudist, as if nudity is also somehow inherently sexual and predatory towards children. On top of that, besides just vilifying sex in general, Matt is also asking his audience to laugh at the man, despite the man being right.
You worry about kids walking around out here?
No, because I raised two daughters. They're two of the most well-adjusted adults. They grew up around naked people, and there's been studies that have shown that children raised around non-sexual nudity actually have fewer hang-ups when they're adults.
People do have hang-ups. There's a lot of things hanging right now during this conversation.
From there, Matt then asks the question, who decided this? Again, hinting at a secret power or desire behind trans ideology.
So where did all this come from? Who came up with it? And why?
It's unspeakable what these people have done to our children.
When did that start? When was it decided that we need to start teaching kids about this stuff at such a young age?
More on that later. But to get at that question of who decided this, Grossman recants the history of two figures in sex education, Alfred Kinsey and John Money. Hopefully you can see them down there. And my arm doesn't like bend that way. They're right here on the board. I put their faces right here. During these segments in the film, dark and scary music plays, and these men's desire to tear down Christian values is highlighted by Grossman.
He wanted to rid society of Judeo-Christian values when it came to sexuality. And he worked very hard to do that, and I would say he succeeded.
Oh my God, I didn't realize that Kinsey single-handedly destroyed Christian values in the United States. Oh, wow, I guess that explains why I've never seen any Christian values in America my entire life, considering he destroyed it before I was born. Huh, wow, that's surprising. That sure is not a hyperbolic statement at all. Yeah. Clearly, she's being incredibly over the top here, but that's how Matt wishes to start off this conversation around Kinsey, because it paints Kinsey as some villain with an agenda against Christian values, instead of what he actually was, a researcher who studied sex and was trying to break down some of the assumptions and mystical ideas we have around sex, which often in our culture today stem from Christian values and many Christian teachings around sex and the body. But this vilification of Kinsey goes right into her next statement, that essentially Kinsey was a biased scientist who sexualized and groomed children.
What came out is that his research was fraudulent.
Kinsey based his fraudulent conclusions on data he collected from convicted sex offenders and child molesters. His research was conducted in prisons, not everyday America. He also performed horrific sexual experiments on children, some under the age of 1.
Again, playing up these insidious fears that us gender ideology folks are coming to get you and your kids. And your little dog, too! Kinsey has been a leading target of right-wing narratives around gender, sexuality, and sex understanding for years. An anti-Kinsey movement was actually founded right after the Supreme Court of the United States passed gay marriage, highlighting how Kinsey is not used to vilify just trans people, but to attack broad-based LGBTQ and women's rights.
He's the guy who revolutionized sex for us and said you could do all these things with no downside. Well, okay, people, we have had some serious downsides, you know. We have the Pentagon now, you know, how many guys were found using child pornography in the Pentagon. We have judges who've been picked up. We have presidents of universities. We have, coaches, you know, in football coaches and so forth. And people are being told it was always like this. Well, I have news for you people. It was not always like this.
So Kinsey isn't exactly a new target for the right wing, but is now being used against trans people. But let's talk about who Kinsey actually was. Kinsey was a leading sexologist in the 1940s, whose work pioneered a lot of the study of the flexibility in understanding around sexual norms. He researched orgasms, sex in general, and more, including research on women's sexual desires and feelings, which had rarely been done beforehand, with little to no research being done on cisgender women. His Kinsey scale, which argues for a more fluid understanding of attraction to others outside of binary straight and gay dichotomies, is still referenced today. Though a lot of his research is antiquated, it's still very influential in our culture today. But instead of stating all this, Matt instead swerves to talk about Kinsey's controversies surrounding his research, such as a controversial table showcasing data on children's orgasms in his work. This table got a lot of pushback even at the time Kinsey did the research, but Matt uses it to imply that Kinsey made children orgasm for his research.
His most influential book, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, contains an infamous chart called Table 34, which documents the orgasms of very young kids, including babies as young as 5 months old.
Which wasn't actually what Kinsey did for that research. That data in that table was collected from adults talking about their childhood experiences with orgasms, not actually giving kids orgasms as Matt implies. Now, that's not foolproof information, which could be a good criticism of Kinsey's research, but it's not the sexual predation that Matt claims it is. Matt also highlights the dark side of Kinsey's work throughout this section, always with the mind to show Kinsey as a predator and evil. Now, indeed, I am not saying that Kinsey is a perfect person. His research had a lot of problems with it. For example, his research excluded many black folks, and he also focused a lot of his studies on prisoners in prisons instead of doing more representative research. And he even lied at one point to say that a single source in a study about pedophilia was actually from multiple sources. Kinsey's work was foundational in a lot of ways in our modern day understanding around sex, but like any scientist, he's not perfect. Nor was he the only one who did the research, nor does his problems invalidate the near century worth of work done since Kinsey explored these issues initially. This is how science is done. One researcher may study things, but they shouldn't be the end-all be-all, but corroborated by a bunch of scientists both contemporary to that person and after that person. So Kinsey was far from perfect, but talking about those issues in an honest way aren't what concerns Matt. He's more interested in just using Kinsey's problems to highlight, ooh, look at how the transes have tried to indoctrinate gender ideology by making this pseudoscience that's all based on sexualizing children and all that sort of nonsense. Moving on from Kinsey though, Grossman also highlights the story of John Money. Money was also another sexologist who wrote over 2,000 publications, but he is most famous for his case with David Remmer, which Grossman also focuses on here. In 1966, after a baby, David Remmer, was left with a botched circumcision leaving him with no penis, Money convinced Remmer's parents to have Remmer live as a girl and get a surgery to change his genitals. Remmer was raised as a girl, and Money praised the experiment as a success. But as he grew older, Remmer learned what happened to him and began to not identify as a girl, and ultimately detransitioned by undergoing a surgery to reverse the one performed on him as a kid without his consent. While Remmer wasn't intersex, this was similar to how many intersex people are forced surgery upon them at a young age to make their genitals align with a binarized sex assignment. And additionally, and this is the really horrifying part, Money also forced David and his brother to perform sexual acts during his research as kids. All of these myriad of things that happened to David led to David dying by suicide at age 38 due to severe depression. So yeah, I want to be very, very clear here. Fuck John Money. Now, John Money is often cited by those hostile to trans people like Matt Walsh as a gotcha on gender identity. They say things like Money invented gender.
Gender ideology was his brainchild. In fact, he coined the terms gender identity and gender roles.
Or that his case with David proves that gender isn't real, but actually innate, that we all know what our real biological gender is deep down. Or that Money demonstrates that gender identity should be rejected because he supposedly coined the term, which he didn't. None of this is the case. While David's case is incredibly fucked up, one bad case doesn't disprove anything. Even if we were to take this case as indicative of all issues around gender and gender identity, it actually is a pro-transgender argument, because it shows that David didn't identify with the gender that he was literally assigned by Money. He was assigned a gender at birth by society, quite literally and obviously.
Things such as trucks and building forts and, getting to the odd fist fight and climbing trees. That's the kind of stuff that I like, but it was unacceptable, so I'd never...
As a girl?
As a girl, I had no place to fit in.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second, but David's case quite obviously shows that people should be able to identify as what they want to identify as, not by what people in the world around them tell them to be and try to force upon them. You see, much of Money's work was actually based on the idea that gender identity was malleable, something disproven throughout his life. His abuse of David resulted from that flawed research. It's not what led to his conclusions. Gender identity is not malleable, our social construct of what constitutes gender is. People's internal gender identity and how they wish to exist in the world are often part of who they are, and can be informed by both biological and social factors. But transness just refers to one's desire to move away from what they were assigned at birth by society, not to change their internalized gender identity. David's case proves that we shouldn't tell people what gender they are at birth, either through surgeries or just society trying to tell people what they should be, but let them tell us after they have time to figure it out. To be absolutely clear, I'm not arguing that David would have identified as trans, as he sadly is not around to tell us that. We typically define trans as someone not identifying with your gender assigned at birth, and that certainly fits David, but this issue is compounded by the fact that David didn't just have his gender assigned at birth, but partially his sex too. This is something we often see happens with intersex folks, who many times will have non-consenting surgeries done to them as children to force their bodies to align with one sex or another, instead of letting them decide for themselves if they even want to have a surgery at all. Often, they aren't even told that this was done, showcasing that as much as gender is assigned at birth, so too can sex be. And even if David wasn't intersex, it's worth noting that some intersex people identify with being trans and some don't. And that choice is often based on their relationship to not just the technical definition of the term, which is someone who doesn't identify with their gender assigned at birth, but also their relationship to having transitioned or social political issues as well. So it's not for us to say if David was trans without his own affirmation of such. For example, he may felt cis in that his gender matched the gender role society assigns to people that conform with his other male sex characteristics, especially as he hit puberty. However, the larger point that I'm making here stands, that the whole point that trans folks and intersex folks are arguing for is to have agency to control our own bodies and how we wish to exist in our bodies and be able to define it for ourselves, not have someone tell us it at our birth and tell us that we can never change it. Further, as Grossman does, painting Kinsey and Money as the parents of gender ideology is flat inaccurate. We already spoke about how societies have had multiple gender roles for centuries, and some that might equate to ideas of, third genders or trans identities. But even if we talk about things in just a Western European context, there was another influential figure long before Kinsey and Money, and that was Magnus Hirschfeld, who worked at the Institute of Sex Research in 1919 in Germany studying trans people and homosexuality. He was even the person who coined the term transsexualism. His work is still influential today, even despite a lot of it having been burned by fascist Nazis in the 1930s during Hitler's attempt to purge gay men and trans people from the Nazi Party. In fact, some of the most famous images of Nazis doing book burnings that you see in many movies, TV shows, and textbooks, like the ones that you're seeing on screen right now, are of Nazis burning down Hirschfeld's research of LGBTQ and specifically transgender folks when they looted the Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in May 1933. They're literally burning trans literature in these photos. Fascists don't like trans research. I wonder who that sounds similar to. Certainly, both Kinsey and Money's actions raises questions about their ethics, but their work or the problems with it doesn't invalidate other research on gender. And even beyond ethics, their studies actually raise more questions about gender rather than shut it down implicitly. But Matt Walsh isn't interested in that. He only seeks to use the supposed Western origins of trans ideology to paint it as malicious and harmful to children. Early in the film, Grossman distinguishes between trans people with gender dysphoria and those that she sees as just identifying as trans today because of a trend.
It's important to distinguish those people from what's happening much more recently, which is kids that never had any discomfort or dysphoria, as it's now called, with their biological sex. And then quite suddenly, as preteens or as adolescents, they come out and they announce that they are gender fluid, or they start to question their sex.
By doing so, she inherently medicalizes transness as something requiring medical treatment. Still, she then says that those who aren't really trans are being forced into medical interventions that they don't really want.
How can they be removing the healthy breasts of 15-year-old girls? How can they be sterilizing kids? How can this whole thing be happening, Matt?
Why does this keep happening to me?
All this was also implied in the earlier discussion with Forsyre when Matt Walsh asked her when kids could decide to be trans, asking about what medical interventions she used for kids at younger ages.
At what age does the medical transition begin with medication?
It's important that this is all being built upon Matt's earlier argument, that women like Forsyre are forcing kids to identify as transgender. So by saying that educators and doctors are making kids think that they're trans at a young age, and then him going on to argue that transness requires medicalization, he's thereby stating, or at least implying, that kids who aren't trans are being told that they are, and then being sent through this medical industrial complex that don't require it. This implication will have greater consequences down the line in our video. Yet, it's important to stop here to point out that transness does not require medicalization at all. All that is needed to be trans is to not identify as the gender you were told at birth. Some people, like myself, may wish to seek gender-affirming medical care like hormone surgeries and more, but it is not a requirement. Gender is a social construct, and the box that you're put into at birth can be broken out of in multiple ways, from changing pronouns to dressing differently, or just changing your name. Some people actually do nothing than just state that they don't identify with their gender at birth, and that is also 100% okay and still 100% validly trans. On top of that, some people consider doing things like dressing differently to be changing their gender identity, or some don't. Labels are descriptive, not prescriptive. One assigned female at birth person, for example, may dress masculinely but still identify as a girl, while another person may do the exact same thing, dress the exact same way, and also not get medical interventions, and yet consider himself to be a trans man. And that's 100% cool. And I say all of this, by the way, as a trans person who did get a shit ton of surgeries. We'll talk a little bit more about surgery specifically in a second, but one way that you can be trans, like myself, is to seek to change certain, traits about your body that you were given based on your biology. For me, I got facial feminization surgery, breast augmentation, though vaginoplasty sounds like they glued a vagina on me, which is not the case. It's a little bit more involved in that. And everything I just expressed is how trans medical care is discussed by leading researchers in the field. For example, the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, the WPATH for short, recently updated its standards of care for transgender people, creating a 120-page document detailing how best to think about healthcare for trans people. And it's the guidelines that most doctors treating trans people refer and adhere to in the United States and around the world. In it, on page 8, it literally states, quote, "As the transgender healthcare field has matured, health professionals recognize that while many individuals may need both hormone therapy and surgery to alleviate their gender dysphoria, others need only one of these treatment options and some need neither. Often with the help of psychotherapy, some individuals integrate their trans and cross-gender feelings into the gender role they were assigned at birth and do not feel the need to feminize or masculinize their body. For others, changes in gender role and expression are sufficient to alleviate gender dysphoria. Some patients may need hormones, a possible change in gender roles, but not surgery. Others may need a change in gender role along with surgery, but not hormones. In other words, treatment for gender dysphoria has become more individualized." So as we can see, this idea that transness requires medical treatment is not what many doctors are stating. And so for Matt to argue that in the film is just flat incorrect. Additionally, the WPATH points out that seeing transness as solely a mental illness or just through gender dysphoria as something that needs to be treated is a stigmatized view of being trans. But this is a common way that transness has been constantly thought about and often weaponized against the trans community in general, by defining transness solely through medicalization, saying that it requires some sort of medical intervention to actually be trans. This is what Grossman does for Matt's arguments in the film, and it allows Matt to start from the assumption that to be trans you must seek medical intervention, which then he goes on to vilify as all harmful. For example, he speaks to Sarah Stockton, another anti-trans clinician that the right wing trot out again and again.
Now it is you identify, you take hormones, you do surgery. There isn't any other pathways.
God, it's almost as if they have a stable of women that they parade out to hate on trans people. Keep that in mind, we'll be coming back to it. But going back to his conversation with Fulster, Matt Walsh talks about what he claims as this chemical castrating drugs being given to kids.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders?
These chemical castrating drugs that he's referring to are hormone replacement therapy, such as giving estrogen to trans women or testosterone to trans men. And for trans women like myself who seek it, it does indeed make us infertile. It does, as he says, castrate us. I mean, for a while there, after I started hormone replacement therapy and still had a penis, I was shooting blanks. Now though, since I don't have a penis, I'm not shooting anything. Except for my gun! Second Amendment! Ah! Oh, that was scary and loud. Oh, I'm just a leftist. I don't like these scary guns. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Whew, good thing I'm not compensating for anything by having a gun. But going back to hormones though, there's this narrative that hormones are being given to children, which isn't the case, at least in most situations. Hormone treatment for trans men and women is typically not considered until someone is 16 years old, and surgeries usually are only available to those 18-year-old and up. And both hormones and surgeries are often preceded by at least months or sometimes years of conversations between therapists, doctors, patients, and even their parents. At least as long as their parents are affirming, and sometimes even if their parents aren't affirming. Thankfully, some states have recognized that if your parents are awful bigots, you don't necessarily need their opinions. But you do need your therapist or doctor's opinion typically in those cases, or at least some form of guardian. Yet this type of information is something Matt Walsh will often directly lie or give out of context info about. For example, he'll state,
The leading Transgender Health Association has released its much anticipated new guidelines. One aspect noticeably different from previous editions is that the explicitly stated minimal age recommendations for minors to obtain puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries have been removed. That means that there is now no official minimum age recommendation for any gender transition procedure.
His intention here was to imply that doctors are trying to turn kids trans at a young age, medicalizing them younger and younger. Yet what the WPATH actually states is, quote, age has a strong, albeit imperfect, correlation with cognitive and psychosocial development and may be a useful marker for determining the potential time of interventions. Higher ages may be required for treatments with greater irreversibility, complexity, or both. This approach allows for continued cognitive emotional maturation that may be required for the adolescent to fully consider and consent to increasingly complex treatments. These processes do not all begin and end at the same time. For a given individual, nor do they occur at the same age for all persons. Therefore, the lower and upper borders of adolescence are imprecise and cannot be defined exclusively by age. What the W-Path is doing here is not saying age is irrelevant or that we shouldn't pay attention to it, but that each child is going to have a different experience, maturity, and timeline with their own body that every doctor should take into account for that specific child, instead of the W-Path just giving flat ages to apply to every single child everywhere. It may all be in a relatively similar age range for each kid, but the guidelines, which are just guidelines, don't wish to state specific ages when it's okay for a kid to start puberty blockers or hormones, as it's different for each person. And it's not something that we should ignore, but it's something that we should take into account. But Walsh will say stuff like this.
Or you might theorize that W-Path removed some of these minimum age guidelines, or at least made them harder to find in the text, made them a little bit less clear, because they don't want people to know that these things are being done to kids as young as 14.
But that's not true, as the W-Path literally states things like hormone therapy is not recommended for children who have not begun endogenous puberty. The W-Path may not give specific ages, but it will mention certain particular points in a child's development where it might be okay to consider certain treatments. So these chemical castrating drugs that Matt Walsh is on about, saying that they're being given to kids before they have the ability to consent to such things, aren't really actually happening. Matt does bring up an anecdotal story of this happening to a 10-year-old in the movie.
That has frightened me, that it's become that we're even talking to the kids about it at 10. We're presenting it in schools.
So this generation, they're the lab rats.
But we never actually hear the context of this. Matt also in the film asks a gender confirmation surgeon what the youngest person she performed a surgery on, which she gives the answer of 16.
What's the youngest patient that you've operated on?
The youngest patient I've done vaginoplasty on is age 16.
But again, no context or further elaboration is given. He just does this to say, ooh, look, aren't the trans people trying to get your kids? They're getting them even younger and making them go through surgeries and get castrated. But he doesn't acknowledge that each person's situation is different, and maybe hormones or surgery were needed at those times for those people for different reasons. It depends on the individual. Some kids are more able to consent at younger ages, some aren't. Some have other medical issues going on that may have required a surgery at this age or hormones at this age or something else. It all depends on the individual. But the important thing to note is that the larger consensus is that we wait until consenting age for these kids. And that's what most places follow. And I think there are some good questions about what the age of consent is, and I think we could also have that earnest conversation. Yet what Matt does is vilify all of this care with offhanded, unsubstantiated anecdotes. I know a patient who had this happen to them, don't check in on it, but it certainly did happen. But even if it were true that these hormones were given to these kids too early or incorrectly, that's an argument for more understanding of trans healthcare, not banning it altogether, as Matt would state. And I certainly believe there's more learning and understanding to be had, not less, which is what Matt would argue. But again, he's just trying to show how this medicalization harms the kids, which again, he is equating with all transness. So if all transness requires this medicalization, and all this medicalization is harmful, thereby, all trans people are instantaneously harmful in this transitive property. This transitive property from hell. Further, Matt tries to vilify another drug, puberty blockers, which Sarah Grossman says leaves kids with osteoporosis at a young age.
I just spoke a month or two ago with a mother whose 14-year-old daughter was put on blockers. They discovered after 2 years, this 14-year-old girl has osteoporosis. That's something that like old women get.
But it's the same thing. He's just giving an anecdote, not actually investigating how puberty blockers are normally used. Now, puberty blockers are a drug that are given to kids at a younger age, before often they start puberty. But it's only there, as Forster puts it, to pause puberty.
Puberty blockers, which are completely reversible and don't have permanent effects, are wonderful because we can put that pause on puberty. Just like if you were listening to music, you put the pause on, and we stop the blockers, and puberty would go right back to where it was. The next note in the song just delayed that period of time.
It's not something that they go on for their entire lives, but just taken for a few years. And yes, it can cause bone degradation, but only in rare cases, and often when they only take it for years and years and years, which many trans kids on puberty blockers don't do. My friend Mia Mulder did a great video about puberty blockers and why they're safe, so check that video out because it's great. But many say that these drugs are being given to kids before they're able to consent to them. But in reality, puberty blockers actually enable better consent, because what they do is allow kids more time to be able to choose which puberty they want. The puberty that they would be able to go through normally if they took no drugs, or a puberty that they would go through if they took hormones or testosterone, depending on their gender identity. What puberty blockers do is allow people to consent to their own bodies in a way that most people don't get. Puberty blockers are pro-consent, not anti-consent. Further on top of that, just showing the hypocrisy here, right-wingers have no issues when puberty blockers are given to kids with other issues beyond transness, such as hormone imbalances. So for these people, it's only wrong if it's used for trans people. So if it's not bad for these kids, why is it wrong for trans people? Because it's been vilified for trans people. Further, it should be noted that many transphobes trying to vilify trans healthcare, as Matt Walsh is trying to do, like to conflate the usage of chemically castrated drugs like hormones and puberty blockers.
Well, this is chemical castration, of course. If you stop puberty and suppress the sex hormones, you're chemically castrating someone. So our description was correct.
They like to make people think that they're talking about puberty blockers which are given to kids when they're actually talking about hormones, and use studies about hormones to say, look, this is what happens to 14 or 13-year-old kids, when in actuality, those hormones are not being given to anyone until they're at least 16, often 18. It's a bait and switch used to vilify both puberty blockers and hormones in general, all wrapped up in the, oh, think of the children wrapper. Moreover, Matt and other conservatives who use this phrase, chemically castrating drugs, make it seem like the point of these drugs is to castrate people, which isn't true. The point of hormones, which is what they're referring to when they call them chemically castrating drugs, is to create and produce secondary sex characteristics in a person that fit that person's desired way they wish to have their body be. The term chemically castrating drugs is used to vilify them by obfuscating their intended usage. Matt Walsh's constant usage of the term chemically castrating drugs is ultimately what causes Forsyre to realize that the interview that she is in bad faith.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders?
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's going in a particular direction.
Well, you're a medical professional.
I am a medical professional.
So you don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or?
Again, I'm a physician and I use medication. You're choosing exploitive words. Drugs I give to kids.
I'm choosing a
chemical
word
castration.
that was in a dictionary.
That's not a correct term for puberty blocking.
I could look it up on my phone, but I'm pretty sure if I looked it up,
you can look it up on your phone.
It says medical definition: the administration of a drug to bring about a marked reduction in the body's production of androgens and especially testosterone.
And I'm saying, as a pediatrician who takes care of hundreds of these kids, when you use that terminology, you are being malignant and harmful.
I mean, there are some who would say that giving chemical castration drugs to kids is malignant and harmful.
It's about the context of caring for a child and seeing the suffering that kids can have that have not been in affirmative home situations.
We can see how Forsyre isn't continually uncomfortable and upset with the way that Matt Walsh frames the usage of the drug Lupron. Yes, as Matt Walsh says, Lupron is used to chemically castrate sex offenders, as well as used on transgender kids. And he's trying to make that connection in order to showcase how horrible it is to use this drug on children. But he also forgets to mention that Lupron is also used with kids who enter puberty too soon, who aren't transgender at all. It's also used to treat anemia and endometritis, and many other things in the body. So this referring to Lupron as a chemically castrating drug is just obfuscating and vilifying what it's actually supposed to do. As Forsyre says, it depends on the context. This same sort of tactic of obfuscating what transgender healthcare is actually about is also why you'll hear Matt Walsh and other right-wing figures refer to transgender surgeries as mutilation.
I've been successful in fighting against the left's agenda, especially the trans agenda, and especially recently. Those who support the sexual mutilation of children know full well that I am a threat to them.
It all goes back to trying to make transgender surgeries seem like they are harming trans people, as opposed to what they are, something that is done for our health and to better our lives. And speaking of that chemical castration idea, they talk about it as if trans people don't know that that's going to happen to them.
The physicians that came out in opposition to this bill because they understood the risk to these young people, and if you prohibit the medical care that this bill prohibits, then you're going to endanger these young people even further. So I would cite
But how do
all
we
of
know
those
that?
medical
Hold on,
experts.
this field barely existed 10 years ago. Cases of gender dysphoria, so-called, have increased by thousands of % in the last decade.
Most trans people know that they are going to lose the ability to reproduce by going on these drugs. For example, I was 20 when I went on hormones, and I was soon infertile a few months later. But that's something that was told to me several times before I took the drugs by my doctor. I knew the cost going in. Do I wish that that wasn't the trade-off? 100%. I wish that I wouldn't have been made infertile by those drugs, but my personal happiness that I would gain from being on those drugs meant more to me. And I was also very lucky enough to have the money to be able to freeze my sperm, so I can still theoretically have biological children if I so choose, or I can adopt. You know, as long as adoption by LGBTQ people isn't banned where I live, which is a whole other issue. So the important thing for you to take away from all of that is that somewhere out in the world, there's a room with a freezer in it with several vials of my semen that I jacked off into a cup with. So just be thinking about that. That makes sense. That was a correct sentence, I believe, right? But seriously though, all this is to vilify trans healthcare, vilify trans people in general, and paint trans people as harming children. Which leads us to... Time for Jordan Peterson. Oh no. Oh God. Jordan Peterson. Yes, hi Newt. Hi buddy, my cat's coming. You wanna come up here for Jordan Peterson, bud? Well, as you can see right now, I have a little bit of a cameo in this video with my cat Newt, which is perfect timing because we need to talk about another cameo in this movie. Jordan Peterson! Yeah, he shows up like an Avengers cameo. Oh no, you got scared of Jordan Peterson. Oh buddy. Anyways... Yes, Jordan Peterson does briefly appear in this movie like a shitty Avengers knockoff brand discount Hank Pym.
On your left.
Now honestly, he's just here so we can rant about how therapy shouldn't be affirming, as therapists shouldn't confirm patients' beliefs.
There's no such thing as a gender-affirming therapist. That's a contradiction in terms.
Why?
Because you don't affirm if you're a therapist. It's not your business to affirm.
Which is funny, considering that Jordan Peterson apparently does this a lot in his own therapy sessions. No, I'm not even kidding. He literally affirms himself in his therapy sessions all the time. Like, this article is literally about how Peterson always just talks about himself in his therapy sessions with people. It's hilarious. But I mean, like, therapy should be affirming. Like, therapy is all about, like, affirming you are enough and that your feelings are valid. And yes, maybe help you work through some things, but, like, it's not about saying, like, your feelings are invalid or dumb or stupid. It's about accepting your feelings. So I don't understand where the hell Jordan Peterson is coming from with other than his own, like, off-brand toxic masculine bullshit. Anyways, there's not actually much to say about Jordan Peterson's cameo here, but dear God, there's sadly too much to say about the man himself, and it warrants its own whole video. To oversimplify, Peterson is similar to Walsh in that his whole deal is to build off the anxieties surrounding masculinity that many young men in his audience feel, and he does so by often attempting to reaffirm manliness around centering it as an internal failing if you're not masculine enough, not outside forces oppressing you, as his railing against affirming therapy points out.
And what I see happening to young men in particular, boys as well, not just young men, and maybe even, maybe starting at the age of toddlers, is that we have this sense in the world that human beings live in antagonism to nature and that we're actually a malevolent force. And that our social structures, which are clearly capable of the commission of atrocity, are fundamentally oppressive, patriarchal in their nature. And so then if you're a male in a society with that ethos, the motive force that drives you into the world to live is associated with rapaciousness and despoliation on the natural front, and then oppression and atrocity on the social front. It's like, well then, if you're the least bit conscientious, because this sort of accusation hurts conscientious young men the most, then the best you can do is, well, let's say castrate yourself. How would that be? And that would be real comical, except that it's also happening.
Yet it fails to recognize that often external pressures are exactly what keep many people, both cisgender men and trans folks and anyone, from often feeling comfortable about expressing themselves, that we ultimately are often put into boxes and told to be a certain way, and that's ultimately where a lot of these anxieties and feeling like you don't live up to who you should be come from. By ignoring this, he ultimately ends up reinforcing the same gender essentialism that Matt Walsh pushes, that everything is innately individual and a failing on a person. Yet, while he does this for men, what he'll also do is take away agency from transgender people. Take his recent Twitter meltdown around attacks on transgender actor Elliot Page.
Remember when pride was a sin and Page just had breasts removed by a criminal physician?
As this tweet exemplifies, the language Peterson uses here takes away Elliot's agency in his own surgery, as if the surgeon somehow jumped out of the bushes and performed a surgery on him. Oh no, they took Elliot Page's boobies against his will! I actually kind of want that movie where there's like some bandit surgeon jumping out of bushes stealing boobs from trans men. I would watch the crap out of that movie.
Excuse me, Laurie.
Anywho, in actuality though, Elliot chose to get his surgery. He was informed about it, he understood the risks, and he ultimately got it. Which will lead us more into our next section on surgeries. But more importantly, this tweet ultimately shows that Peterson doesn't recognize that trans people have an agency in ourselves, diminishing trans people's sense of self and personhood, saying that we're just objects to be passed around by these evil, awful surgeons, that we're incompetent to make decisions about our own bodies, something again we'll get into in the next section. Ultimately though, this tweet got Peterson banned from Twitter because he also dead-named Elliot Page, which is a form of harassment. But then he instantly took this fact that he was pushed off of Twitter for being an asshole to use the cancel culture narrative that he was being destroyed by woke moralist trans people.
And I'm not taking down that tweet or acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, the transes. Oh, Elliot Page got me. Oh, and I'm angry about this swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated. I can't whack off to it anymore. Oh, God. Oh. It's a terrible Peterson impression anyways. But as that clip shows, notice how he frames everything in adversarial terms. And his last line almost sounds like a threat. Who will cancel who? He makes trans people again sound like we have all the power, that we canceled him, instead of it just being because he was an asshole. So to him, trans people, trans men especially, have no agency because he sees them as just women, but trans people in general, well, we actually have the power to cancel him and destroy his entire career. Again, it's that same doublethink that conservatives and Matt Walsh are pushing around trans people in general. This idea that we're simultaneously weak and need protection and can't understand our own bodies, and yet simultaneously are actually powerful, and that we should be fought against and defeated. Huh. It's weird how, in this rhetoric, it makes trans people seem simultaneously weak and strong at the same time, and that we're against you. I wonder why that reminds me so much of Nazi Jewish propaganda. Huh. Weird.
Now, in the Nazis' framework, Jews were viewed not only as inferior, but also dangerous because of their so-called Jewish blood. And here we see this graphic illustration from 1921, and it depicts Jews as inhuman and even predatory.
Richard Wagner hat einmal gesagt, der Jude ist der plastische Dämon des Verfalls der Menschheit. Die jüdischen Behausungen sind unsauber und verwahrlost.
Again, keep that idea in mind, this idea that we actually have the power. But for more information on Jordan Peterson and how it's all wrapped up in this toxic masculine bullshit, I'd recommend this video that FD Signifier did. Moving on, since Peterson brought it up, let's talk about how Matt Walsh talks about transgender surgeries. At this point in the film, we meet Scott Nugent, the founder of Trey Voices. If Trey Voices sounds familiar to you, I actually did a whole video on them with my Buck Angel discussion. Go check out that video for more information. However, even under this trans medical belief, Buck Angel, along with Scott Nugent and others at Trey Voices and other trans medicalists, also believe that they aren't really even men even after their surgeries or what they've done to transition, something Scott alludes to in the film.
I'm a biological woman that medically transitioned to appear like a male through synthetic hormones and surgery. I will never be a man. Is it transphobic for me to tell the truth.
This underscores the misunderstanding that many trans medicalists have between the difference between sex plus biology and gender plus social constructions. But as I outlined in my other video, both Scott and Buck signed a letter a year or so ago disowning trans women as dangerous and trying to harm the children, and allying themselves with many TERFs. But if you want to know more about that specific brand of shittiness, I will point you again back towards that video I did on it. The overall point, though, that you need to know for this video is that Scott isn't exactly an unbiased voice in this discussion. Scott Nugent is another person that many conservatives like to bring out to prop up their narratives. He's another pick-me trans person willing to sell out his community in order to get better treatment from conservatives around him who will never actually view him as valid anyways. However, in What is a Woman, like Buck Angel, Scott is shown to be a trans medicalist who sought surgeries for his transition, including a double vasectomy and a phalloplasty. However, he also, on top of all of those, mentions that he's had a bunch of other ones that, to me, though I don't know his history, sound like they're not for trans-related healthcare at all.
Tell me about the procedures that you had.
I've had 7 surgeries. I've had 1 stress heart attack. I've had a helicopter life ride with a pulmonary embolism. I've had 17 rounds of antibiotics. I had 6 inches of hair on the inside of my urethra for 17 months. Nobody would help me, including the doctor that did this to me because I lost my insurance.
So I'm not entirely sure why he brings them up in this context. I mean, I know the actual reason because he's being disingenuous, but if we were taking him at face value, I don't know why he would bring these up. Unfortunately, and I do mean that sincerely, Scott's many surgeries did have complications, leading to him having lifelong health problems and infections regularly, something he brings up in the film.
I get infections every 3 to 4 months. I'm probably not gonna live very long.
But then he uses his story to then claim that 67% of gender-affirming surgeries come with complication risks.
In a surgery that has a 67% complication rate, that will kill me.
Which I couldn't find that statistic anywhere. I mean, maybe you could state that like every surgery has some form of complication risk and that's where he's like pulling that number from, but in terms of like specific life-altering and dangerous risks, I could not find a number that high. One 2017 study found a 31.5% chance of urethral complications for phalloplasty, and double mastectomies have a 12% complication rate. But despite those numbers being publicly available, Scott states that none of those percentages were told to him beforehand.
Was there any real discussion of the risks and the side effects? And
no.
Which I have to call bullshit on. Now, maybe Scott is being truthful here and saying like, look, no one told me anything about these complications before my surgeries. I wasn't in with his doctor or his surgeon or anything like that, so I can't tell you for sure whether that is true. But for me, I sit in front of you as a trans woman who has had 3 major transition-related surgeries, one of which I had literally less than 2 months before the filming of this video. I've had vaginoplasty, breast augmentation, as you can see, and facial harmonization surgery. Like, quite literally, you can still see the scar up on my forehead. It looks pretty badass. One might even say that I'm pretty metal for doing so. I mean, I literally had my dick split open, so, I'm metal as fuck. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm not actually metal, I'm just a giant dork, but come on, I got my penis turned inside out. How is that not some form of, like, street cred? Like, I want to go up to, like, a 1940s style gangster and be like, yeah, so you took a bullet? Well, I had my penis literally turned inside out, so, talk to me, boss man, when you're as, tough as I am. You may be a made man, but I'm a made woman. God, that was dumb. Anyways. But you see, this scar up here was something I was told I would have before my surgery. In fact, before every single one of the surgeries that I've had several meetings with my surgeon, therapists, nurses, and doctors who worked for the surgeon where we went over the surgeries. During these meetings, they told me all the possible complications I could have from my surgeries. For example, for my vaginoplasty, I might have possibly lost the ability to orgasm, though thank God I did not lose that, because, what would I do when I was bored? I was also told, for example, that I had a 3% chance of prolapse. And for all of these surgeries, because they are surgeries, I was told that I had a non-zero opportunity of death. It can happen. Every surgery carries risk, especially a risk of death, but there's also so much to gain. It's a balance and risk assessment for every single person, trans or not, who gets the surgery, and it also mixes with your own health complications as well, like how old you are and other health things that are going on in your life. I mean, for example, some cosmetic plastic surgeries have a higher complication rate than my breast augmentation did. Breast augmentation was something that really just gave me a new lease on life and made me feel more comfortable in my body, yet it did have a complication risk with it. So pretty much no trans person is going into these surgeries fully blind, having no idea of what the possible risks are. And unfortunately, because these are surgeries, there are some people that do experience lifelong problems as a result, and that sucks. But that doesn't mean that you outlaw all these surgeries, it's just an argument to make them better. So what Scott is saying is either bullshit, or Scott had a bad surgeon, which, if was the case, is not an argument against surgery or trans healthcare, but for more and better funded and better understood trans care. But instead, Matt gets out the sad music violin for Scott's segment as Scott cries about his surgeries.
I have 3 kids. At the age that they're doing this to kids. I'm not transphobic. I love my kids, and I love other people's kids, and you should too.
Again, manipulating the audience into pity for Scott, because condescending pity for a trans person willing to sell out his community is the closest empathetic emotion that this film will allow us to feel for any trans person. But Scott's horrific experience is not indicative of most trans people, and his misguided attempt to save others from his fate is being weaponized by Matt Walsh. That being said though, one good point that Scott does bring up is how much it cost him to get surgeries.
We have 5 children's hospitals in the United States telling girls that they can be boys at $70,000 a pop.
But he uses that to imply that these surgeries were pushed on him to make corporations money. We'll get to that part, but he does have a good point. Why are trans surgeries so expensive, cost so much, and are often not covered under insurance despite being life-saving in many cases? Why do I, for example, have to pay so much for therapists, surgeons, doctors, and insurance just to get necessary medical care? The answer is, number 1, many trans people's healthcare is not as well researched, understood, or deemed as necessary as other people's healthcare, and 2, the over-corporatization of our healthcare system in general. Many people's healthcare that is life-saving is often price gouged and not covered by insurance, not just trans people. So instead of investigating why trans people are price gouged for critical surgeries, as well as how trans healthcare has been so vilified that it's rarely even covered in our over-privatized and commodified medical system, he instead leaves the implication on the table so that his audience can chalk it up to that mysterious power-hidden group in the background that he's been implying all film. This idea that there's some cabal trying to make money behind the scenes off of transgender surgeries, rather than just the normal, yeah, corporations suck and want to get money out of people that, capitalism does in general. It's not really a secret, and it's not really trans people or the secret cabal making money from it. It's just, corporate greed. Moving on, to further vilify transgender-related surgeries, Scott also brings up that some studies apparently show that trans people are more depressed after getting surgery.
But the only long-term study tells us 7 to 10 years is when transgender people are the most suicidal. After surgery.
Which would go to argue that trans-affirming care actually isn't helpful like trans advocates argue, but actually detrimental to our mental health. This idea goes towards the detransitioner narrative, that there are those who want to transition initially, but eventually detransition after getting irreversible surgeries to their bodies, arguing that they were forced to identify as trans as a kid, something that we talked about earlier, and then pushed through this transgender medical system, again, something we talked about earlier, and now must suffer the consequences of it because they realized later in life that they weren't actually trans. With many groups like TERFs, for example, and Scott Nugent himself with his Trey Voices group, implying that there's a large number of detransitioners who have experienced this. In reality, though, detransitioners actually make up an insanely small percentage of the trans population. A National Center for Transgender Equality survey found that only 8% of trans folks reported detransitioning. And of that 8%, 62% of them said they detransitioned not because they wished to or because transitioning wasn't for them, but only did so temporarily due to cost issues or discrimination that they faced in numerous areas because they transitioned. Only 0.4% of respondents said that they detransitioned because they thought that transitioning wasn't right for them. So 0.4% of trans people, according to this survey, choose to detransition because transitioning wasn't right for them. A 2018 study in the Netherlands found that only 1.9% of adolescents who started puberty blockers didn't go on to transition when they got older. A 50-year Swedish study published in 2010 found that only 2% of folks regretted detransitioning. So at most, according to these studies, 2% of trans people, and I stress at most, face the harm of detransitioning because it wasn't for them. Most trans people studies find are much happier after surgery and actually have reduced suicidal thoughts. There are some studies that find that immediately after surgery, people's depression or suicidal thoughts can go up, but that's because they just had a surgery. Believe me, as someone who's gone through several of these surgeries, being right after surgery and dealing with the recovery of it sucks, especially because you fear that this thing that you've wanted your entire life, that you've hoped for and dreamed for, might not actually work out the way that you want it to, and you get scared and worried like, oh no, I've made this big decision in my life, and what if I can't take it back? What if I made a mistake and I can't see what my body looks like? Like right now, even as I film this, I'm recovering from a facial harmonization surgery, and the first few days after my surgery, I can tell you that I was freaking out. Maybe I made a mistake, maybe something was wrong, maybe this is the wrong choice. I did freak out after the surgery, and that's my third one that I've done, and yet, now, weeks later, I realized that it was the best choice for me. And my anecdotal story is backed up by endless studies that show that trans people are generally happier after getting surgeries, even showing up to 87% of male to female patients and 97% of female to male patients are happy with their results, and that regret is extremely rare. And while my story is anecdotal, I can tell you that I would honestly be dead if I hadn't medically transitioned. But now, I'm metal as fuck. Okay, so I actually want to take a pause from talking about all the narratives that Matt Walsh has been coming up with in his film to have a brief little interlude conversation about something that's come up around the film after it was released. I almost didn't include this section for a few reasons that I'll get into, but because it was making the rounds on Twitter and a few articles popped up about it, and I saw it coming up a few times in my comments on other videos I did on Matt Walsh, I figured that it's something that is worth addressing. So at one point in the film that we'll talk a little bit more later about, Matt features a montage of a bunch of different images and videos of trans people from social media platforms. One trans man, Steph Cariacho, asked Twitter to take down a trailer for the film that featured his video in it without his permission, which Twitter ultimately did not do, despite it possibly falling into violations of Twitter's own policies of profiting from the use of images. In fact, an instructor at Harvard Law's Cyber Law Clinic, Alejandra Calabano, even cited this as a failure of Twitter to endorse its own policies on harassment of trans people. Sadly, though, we shouldn't be surprised about this, as many studies have shown that despite right-wingers complaining that social media has a leftist bias and that the woke moralists are coming for you, that actually the opposite is true. That actually many social media platforms have a right-wing bias and are more likely to be lenient against right-wing people. This all on top of Twitter and other social media platforms' continued failure to address hate speech in any form, especially when it comes to trans people. In fact, ironically, the original version of this video, the one that you're literally watching right now, became a clear example of this. A few hours after the original edit of this video was posted on YouTube, it was taken down and my channel was hit with a community violation. The video had literally been removed by YouTube due to, in YouTube's own words, quote, thinking it violates our sex and nudity policy, which, according to their policy, is, quote, content featuring non-consensual sexual activity, unwanted sexualization, or that otherwise degradingly sexualizes an individual. Now, I certainly have my own personal disagreements with this enaction of the policy against my video, but I'll discuss all of that in a future video coming out probably next week, as currently this is an ongoing situation. However, the fact that this situation happened at all is evidence of the bias on media platforms like YouTube. While my video gets flagged despite its clear educational context, videos like Matt Walsh's here on YouTube continue to stay up, despite the misinformation and, quote, unwanted sexualization, end quote, that occurs in them. As I've already shown and will continue to show in this video, Matt Walsh continually spreads tons of misinformation around trans people, as well as sexualizes trans and LGBTQ people in general, such as with his pushing of the groomer narrative. The idea that trans ideology or LGBTQ people in general are sexualizing children at a young age, which isn't true. He also individually sexualizes and harasses individual trans people as well on his channel, something I discussed in my first part on Matt Walsh's What is a Woman. Much of this, one would think, would also constitute unwanted sexualization under YouTube's policies, but his videos remain up. While some would take this, as well as the fact that YouTube pocketed ad money from Walsh advertising his What is a Woman documentary on the site as evidence of YouTube having a direct transphobic bias against trans people, or a more lenient bias towards Walsh due to him giving them money, which is certainly possible, what this situation more signals to me is direct evidence of how normalized anti-trans talking points have become. Walsh's words get considered to be, quote, just asking questions by his followers and those in the media, despite there being clear unwanted sexualization and misinformation in them. Yet this type of misinformation being spread and the sexualization of trans people is considered par for the course and normal in our media, and thus not violating policy in the eyes of YouTube. While me discussing Matt Walsh's misinformation and making lame jokes about him in an educational context could be taken as, quote, unwanted sexualization, as discussing a cisgender man in a sexual context is not allowed. It's not me saying they're being directly transphobic and hate trans people, which might be the case, but I don't know that, but more me pointing out and underscoring how we view cis men as inherently not sexual and LGBTQ folks as inherently sexual, and that being reflected in how YouTube's policies are enacted. It also underscores YouTube's overall conservative bias, such as how studies have shown how despite people watching left-leaning or politically centrist or non-political content at all, the YouTube algorithm will continually recommend conservative content, even if you ask the algorithm not to recommend those types of channels or even specific channels anymore. I'm also planning on discussing this from a more zoomed out perspective about the biases of algorithms and how it intersects with anti-trans issues in a future video. So we'll leave this here for now, but given how this topic did intersect directly with this video itself, I figured it was at least worth mentioning within this re-edit of the video. However, even that incident isn't really what I want to talk about, because that issue gets to a larger issue that people brought up around the promotion of the film and the film itself. Because during that same montage, Matt featured an image of a bare-chested 15-year-old trans man. Many took this as a gotcha moment for Matt, saying that by showing the photo, he either has to, 1, acknowledge that the trans man is a man, or, if the child is a girl as Matt Walsh would argue he is due to his assigned gender at birth, then Matt would be guilty of sharing child... Well, I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube, but it rhymes with mourn. Child mourn. I wish we got to see a child mourn from Deep Space Nine, but sadly, that's not what we're talking about.
Well, no! I don't want to hear it.
This became one of those quick and easy takedowns of the film that went around Twitter in order for people to feel smug about the film. And I kind of get it. It does show the hypocrisy of Matt. Either he acknowledges that the child was a man, or he shared, in his own eyes, child mourn. But while I get it, I'm uncomfortable of the usage of this as a gotcha moment. First and foremost, it doesn't really do anything to debunk the large part of Matt's film. This is just one incident and one-off photo. It doesn't really debunk Matt Walsh's argument as a whole, and many people aren't really going to care or even understand the nuances of it. But more importantly, secondly, I don't think the kid's photo should have been used regardless of their gender identity. While this kid shared the photo himself, I am deeply uncomfortable with anyone using kids' photos, or anyone's photos really, without permission, especially in a way that is damaging to their own community. Like, this kid clearly would not have wanted his photo to be in Matt Walsh's film. And so I don't think arguing like it's need to be viewed this way or that way is really the argument to be made. It should be argued that this photo shouldn't have been used at all. Thirdly, though, the whole gotcha of this argument relies on us not reading the kid's gender as his own. The only way that this photo would be a problem is if we see him as a girl, which he is not. And I don't think that we should be playing chicken with transphobes using someone's gender identity. But fifth, also like, haven't we been fighting for women's chests to be seen as not nudity as well? That women's chests are just as okay as men's chests to be seen? And so this argument would ultimately still feed into addressing women's bodies as somehow inherently sexual or shameful compared to men's bodies. So there's even an underlying sexism that reads wrong to me as well. So all in all, I'm not really okay with this gotcha. I understand where it comes from, but I don't really think it's a worthwhile argument. And so I figured I'd be remiss if I didn't address it within this video. But with that said, back to the rest of this. With Grossman's earlier medicalization of trans people and the argument that trans people are so often suicidal, Matt begins to imply, or even outright state, that trans people are mentally ill. For example, he has this exchange with a gender confirmation surgery about trans-ableness.
I don't know if you've ever heard of people in the trans-abled community. These are people who are physically able-bodied but feel like they should be disabled or identify as such. For example, a man who has 2 arms but feels like he should have 1. If a man in this kind of marginalized community went to the doctor and said, I want to have my arm cut off, do you think that
doesn't have anything to do with gender identity.
Well, it's someone's self-identity, how someone identifies.
That's someone who has and I'll accept it as a mental diagnosis, a psychiatric condition. I don't even pretend to know what aptomenophilia is all about, but somehow it's the idea that you're fascinated or charmed by having a limb or part of a limb missing. Okay, I would say that's, pardon my non-medical language, kooky.
You don't see any? You think this is totally irrelevant?
And he also has this exchange with a person who identifies as a wolf.
I am a wolf-therian and a member of the furry fandom.
Matt makes these comparisons to say that trans people aren't all that different, that we're just a medical disorder and crazy people. It's a very ableist way of looking at not only trans people, but all of these people that Matt is talking about. Now, obviously, medicalizing and framing someone as mentally ill to discredit them is a time-honored tactic, with a long history of cisgender women, for example, being considered hysterical and placed in mental asylums for speaking up about their health or rights. Not to mention, similarly, being gay was also considered a mental illness, was only just destigmatized within the past few decades. Secondly, while the ethicality of cutting off someone's limb to make them feel whole is very debatable, as it would potentially lower their quality of life, it's proven, conversely, that giving surgery to people like myself, transgender people who suffer from gender dysphoria, for example, or those who would get gender euphoria from surgery or hormones or things like that, can make us feel happier and healthier with no loss or, in fact, improvement to our quality of life. I've had 3 gender confirmation surgeries, none of which lowered my physical ability or quality of life. In fact, it heightened both of them. As for identifying as an animal, I'll admit that I'm much less knowledgeable in this area. For my research, though, most people don't actually think that they're an animal when they identify in the same way that this woman who identified as a wolf does in Matt's video. Like, quite literally, listen to what this person is saying to Matt.
Are you able to communicate with the wolves?
Am I going to have a conversation with a wolf in the way that I'm communicating you and I? Obviously not. Am I going to read their body language, respond appropriately to their behaviors and their nonverbal cues? Yes.
They're not saying that they think that they're a wolf one-to-one or that they can communicate with wolves. They just say that they kind of identify with the spirit of a wolf. Like, that's a vastly different thing. Like, this person is very clear that they know that humans aren't wolves, but that they do feel a kinship with them. Conversely, though, trans people can be different genders because, humans can be different genders. Like, human men and human women exist, so we can be that. Now, maybe if there are people who 100% believe that they are actually animals, we could talk about mental health when it comes into that. But it does not map one-to-one on being transgender at all. And I'll again admit that I am not in that community at all, so I don't know all the nuances of it. But like I said, if a person identifies spiritually with an animal, hell yeah, go for it. I approve with that 100%. And if it's a sexual kink or just a kink or something else, if it just makes you happier, hell yeah to that too. What do I care? As for surgeries to make yourself like an animal, well, it kind of goes back to my transabled argument. If it helps your quality of life and doesn't hurt anybody, why do I care? It's your body, your rules. If it lowers your quality of life, well, then we can debate the ethicality of it, and I think that there's a larger conversation to be had. And on top of all of this, even if we were mentally ill, wouldn't you also want to empathize and care for that? But Matt just seems to be laughing at these people, to kind of have that smug, smirky thing like, isn't this ridiculous? There's no care. So even if he was correct in his argument that we were mentally ill, his response to it isn't great at all. But we all know that that's not really the point, right? But again, Matt isn't trying to investigate these questions with earnest curiosity or empathize with anyone. He just wants his audience to point and laugh at the mentally ill freaks.
It's all a game.
Which isn't that so incredibly sad, if that's your only view of the mentally ill. So because we have to hit all the dots, Matt brings out the oldie but a goodie bathroom argument.
Ella dice que qué tú piensas acerca de que los hombres que son transexuales usen baños de mujeres. ¿Tú crees que está bien? No. Pero dilo.
No, ¿qué tiene que ver?
Yep, he's going with that oldie but a goodie, that men will pretend to be women in order to get access to the women's bathroom, in order to sexually assault or attack cisgender women. This is an idea that also crops up as like a horror movie idea in many TERF spaces as well, that trans people are just trying to get in order to attack people. We even saw many TERFs arguing that men with guns should enter a women's bathroom in order to protect women from trans people.
I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
So you want to stop trans women who you see as men from entering the bathroom by having men enter the bathroom with guns to do violence against women. Yeah, the logic boggles my mind too. Trans women, though, are women, and we're not lying when we say we identify as women, and we deserve to be able to use a bathroom in peace, despite the harassment we often place ourselves in danger of by using public restrooms, irregardless of which bathroom that we would use. See, even if Matt doesn't see us as women, he's already conceded that we believe we are. That's kind of like the whole point of his mentally ill argument. So, even by his logic, we're not actively lying when we go into the bathroom. So even his argument is bunk, because trans women should be able to use the bathroom because we're not actively lying like he would be doing in order to enter the bathroom. But again, what Matt Walsh is trying to do is all going back to this narrative of trans women as predatory, that we are liars trying to enter the bathroom to attack women. Now, numerous studies have shown that this barely, if ever, happens. However, there have been a few incidents of questionable nature that relate to this idea, and Matt Walsh uses brief snippets of these one-off incidents, like the WeSpot incident from last year, 2021, to highlight his point. Now, I'm not going to get too in the weeds on WeSpot. There's this fantastic video by TTG that goes over it in greater detail, and even critiques some of my initial reactions that I did on this channel to that incident that I think covers it well. But the long and short of this event was that allegedly a trans woman with prior sex offender charges supposedly exposed herself to a woman and her child within the spa. After this moment, a woman went up to the desk and filmed herself complaining about the incident, and then from there, the video took off and went viral in right-wing and TERF spaces, and thereby right-wingers and TERFs used this incident to stir a controversy that led to literal protests and fighting in the streets outside of WeSpot in Los Angeles. Like, quite literally, Proud Boys showed up to defend TERFs, and we'll talk about the connection between the fascist Proud Boys groups and transphobia in just a little bit later on in this video, and they began stabbing trans activists. Yet, despite this, again, right-wing media vilified it as Antifa and trans people attacking the poor women that needed to be defended. And police in this incident primarily used force against the trans activists to shut down the protest, despite again the fact that many of the people doing violence were the Proud Boys. Because big boys pretending to be tough like to punch people angrily in order to protect the weak white woman. This argument of needing to protect the white weak woman is what a lot of fascist narratives and rhetoric are built upon. That we need to protect the sweet women from the dangerous transes or people of color or someone else. And we see this narrative explicitly with the Proud Boys who were at this event. Proud Boys themselves as a group, as the wonderful Renegade Cut explored in this video, often argue for a return to traditionalist gendered roles, where the women stays at home as men go out and earn money and act as protector and save them. This also highlights how the Proud Boys, themselves a violent terrorist group, often view masculinity in aggressive and violent terms. So we see how these arguments for protecting women's spaces from the scary transes continually, like we saw back in the trans women in sports discussion, frame women in general as weaker and less than, and men needing to protect them, and using trans peoples as the villains to reinforce this idea. And all this was in spite of the fact that WeSpot itself already had an open nude policy and had signs that shows that you'll see all types of genitalia in numerous areas. And so the woman in the spa who saw genitals should at least have had some expectation to see genitals in there. And as TTG's research showed, the trans woman in question who was charged with this incident had prior sex offender charges, but even those might stem from the fact that she was homeless and needed to pee outside, because trans people are often sadly cast aside by society.
Under California Penal Code 314 PC, indecent exposure is defined as willingly exposing one's naked body or genitals to another person who would be offended or annoyed by it. So you mean transphobes? The crime is generally prosecuted as a misdemeanor and punished by up to 6 months in county jail, as well as 10 years sex offender registration requirement. This means that any time some trans woman in the state of California, and possibly more states, walks into a woman's locker room or is sitting in a spa in a woman's part of the spa, she could be nailed with a charge and not only receive up to 6 months in county jail, where she will most likely be misgendered and put in with men, but on top of it, will also be on a 10-year registry.
I don't know the specifics. It's quite possible that she did do horrific things both in the past and in this incident, but we don't know. And there were a lot of assumptions made in this case, even by myself. But it still led to this violence in the streets and the vilification of trans people in general, despite it being one incident. And even if this one incident was done by a trans person deliberately trying to expose themselves, which would be awful and worth condemning, but again, we don't know, it doesn't mean that all trans people shouldn't be allowed into a public bathroom. It would be like saying if one cisgender woman attacked another cisgender woman in a bathroom, that all cisgender women shouldn't be allowed in any bathroom. It's kind of ridiculous. What you do is you outlaw exposing yourself, not stopping all people of a certain type to enter a bathroom, because that is quite literally discrimination. And on top of that, forcing trans women into men's bathrooms when they look like me, for example, or any trans woman in general, because of the harassment and harm that we might face, leaves us open to be attacked in those spaces. There have been several incidents where a trans person was forced to go in a bathroom that did not align with their gender identity and eventually facing assault because of it. Yet still many trans people will face a double bind, because sometimes even if we enter the bathroom that does align with our gender identity, as all of these incidents have vilified us for entering these bathroom spaces, we may face harassment for it. As we can see, for example, in this video, as a former California Congresswoman candidate entered a bathroom in order to scream and yell at a trans woman harassing her and even filming her, which is against the law, by the way.
A few different customers trying to use the restroom, but the guy insists he's a lady.
You are harassing me. I'm just using the restroom and it's
why you use the ladies' room?
My privacy.
Well, no, you invaded my privacy because I'm a woman.
So it wasn't the trans woman that was the problem. She just wanted to pee in peace. It was the California Congresswoman candidate who harassed the trans woman and filmed against the law. And this was all at a Denny's in LA. I mean, like, who makes such a big deal over a Denny's? It's a frickin' Denny's. Pretty much every single trans person just wants to pee in peace or change in the locker room without being bothered. But we all kind of worry about this. When I used to go to the gym before and even after my vaginoplasty, I would go into the bathroom stall to change because I didn't want anyone to see my naked body, precisely because I was scared of harassment or honestly just scaring someone else. I felt I had to hide myself away when all the cisgender women around me got to just change and not worry about it. I had internalized a sense of shame and worry around who I was. Now, to be fair, there is a larger, more complicated conversation that we could have in earnest discourse around women seeing a penis where they don't expect it to. Is it okay to have a conversation about saying, like, look, I'm a cisgender woman who wants to go into the locker room and I'm fine with nudity, but I don't really expect to see a penis in there. And how do I reconcile that with a possible trans woman being in there? I think that that's an honest conversation that we could have. We could get into all of that in a really open and just nice way to talk about it. But here in this film, that's not the goal of what Matt's trying to do. What he's actually trying to do is just, again, bring up this narrative and try to paint the trans community as villains and malicious predators. All of this has led to Matt's final push in the film. If you haven't noticed, there have been several recurring themes in these narratives. The harming of children, the need to protect the privileged white woman from the baddie trans people, the trans's attack on Christian values, which are also equated with nature, and trans people sexualizing kids in our society with our perversions. The one thing behind all of these narratives is one recurring idea: power. There's constantly been this implication that those pushing gender ideology or trans people in general have all this power. Scott says they're making money off of surgeries.
A marginalized group has a huge dollar sign on the top of their head.
Money and Kinsey were the ones who created gender ideology to attack Christian doctrine.
He wanted to rid society of Judeo-Christian values when it came to sexuality. And he worked very hard to do that, and I would say he succeeded.
That trans women like myself are the ones that have all the secret power in our society, that we're canceling people like Dave Chappelle. We're the most protected class, don't you see?
They try to project themselves as being marginalized. These are the marginalized, these are the oppressed.
Yes, exactly.
But you can't make fun of them. You know, the way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
That's right.
These are the people that you can't make fun of. So it's very clear they hold all the institutional power in our culture. And it's really interesting, you know, when you've got comedians like Chappelle, you got to worry about now when you're telling jokes, you don't just ask yourself, is this funny? You have to ask yourself, is this joke going to offend somebody who's more powerful than me but identifies as being marginalized because I might lose my career?
This implication that trans people actually have the power goes deeper though. If you remember back in our first part in this series, you can remember how we spoke about Tucker Carlson, how his whole grift is to create this idea of a ruling class behind everything, with that ruling class being whoever he wants it to be on that day. This is what many conservatives are trying to do, create an adversarial relationship that has a nebulous enemy that they can slot in whoever they want to into that ruling class idea in order to sell it to their audience. It's all about framing to their audience that these people are actually in power, and by pushing back against them like trans people, you're actually fighting the good fight. And so for Matt's final section of his movie, he leans into all of these framings, building upon everything that has come before. First, he brings in a mysterious anonymous man in on the phone who says that he's hiding his identity because he's afraid the transes will come and get him, but who says he was fighting back for his young child who wasn't old enough to possibly know what their gender was from being pumped full of hormones that day.
I get a call less than an hour into that appointment is that they were going to pump her full of cross-sex hormones within the hour. And I put a halt to that. I said no. In December of 2018, and it says that under the BC Infants Act, they will start injecting my child with cross-sex hormones, and I have 2 weeks to respond with legal action if I so choose. And so that's how I ended up in court, because I did respond with legal action.
Yeah, it sounds scary and evil, right? That his child was taken from him by these mysterious doctors and they were going to bring them into a back room and then shove them full of hormones and give them boobs that day. Except for, I don't really know what pumped full of hormones means. I mean, I literally take hormones and you don't like stick a vial in yourself like Venom and Batman and then suddenly boobs pop out? It takes weeks, months, or even years for anything to happen in hormones. Yes, some things happen initially, but it's not like you're growing boobs that day. The first shot is like nothing on a physical level, though emotionally it can mean a lot for trans people on a symbolic level. But the anonymous man claims that he failed to stop his child from being pumped full of hormones and that he was sent to jail and fined $30,000 simply for misgendering his child. The woke transes using their power to punish him and send him to jail. And I mean, misgendering your child is super shitty, but actually, this man is full of shit. Because the truth is, the man was fined $30,000 for repeatedly outing his child's identity publicly and their trans status online, disregarding their child's privacy and safety. And the $30,000 fine was because he raised $30,000 in a crowdfunding campaign that he used his child's information in against the court's orders. Yeah, he was using all of this cancel culture by the transes idea in order to get money for himself. I wonder where I've seen that tactic elsewhere. So this is a common tactic used by many right-wing parents trying to delegitimize their child. I'd recommend this video by Essence of Thought for an excellent example of another father who gained anti-trans fame by claiming he was canceled for just trying to protect his kid, while in actuality repeatedly emotionally abusing them and ignoring court orders. But again, Matt is using this man and this narrative to frame it as if trans people actually have the power to put you in jail simply for misgendering them. From there, Matt brings in Dr. Deborah So, a TERF who says she was bullied out of academia for her anti-trans views.
I left academia because the climate had become too stifling politically, especially when it comes to the topic of gender identity and the science of gender. It is absolutely impossible to do good research.
But turns out this canceled Dr. So, who was pushed out of academia, has just published a novel in 2020 called The End of Gender, and has her own freaking podcast that's doing pretty well.
How can I be sure that transgender, so I wouldn't say a transgender identity is innate because, as I say in The End of Gender, whether someone identifies as transgender or not, transgender is a political label. It's not a medical condition. Gender dysphoria is the medical condition.
Oh yeah, she's so silenced and out of academia for speaking out against the transes. But again, trans people apparently have all the power, right? Oh, and by the way, some of Dr. So's earlier research was about studying pedophiles, something Matt vilified earlier in his discussion on Kinsey. So strange that he doesn't bring it up here. It's not really that strange, we know why. But this all leads to the classic pièce de résistance, how Hollywood and TikTok are a social contagion trying to trans your children.
Powerful cultural and political lobby groups driving this thing. Hollywood is pressing LGBTQ plus matters.
The whole idea of social contagion, that there could be something in one's social environment that could play some role in somebody coming out identifying as trans, would you say that that is definitely part of your story?
When I look back, I don't think I would have ever even considered seeing myself as a boy without these social aspects, especially if I hadn't joined these online communities.
I identify as non-binary. I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them.
My pronouns are he, him, and demon, demon self.
I've been going by they, them pronouns for 4 years now. I'm pretty comfortable with it.
I use they, them pronouns.
There was literally a period of a few weeks to a few months. I started out as an ally, and then eventually I was starting to identify as transgender.
The right wing sure does love to use Hollywood as the ruling class, doesn't it? Here, Matt tries to say that social media and the media are trying to incept transness into your kid's brain. He mixes in clips of trans people across film, TikTok, and people on YouTube, like me. I'm kind of actually frustrated he didn't put me in his little montage there. But anyways, he does all this to portray how transness is being pushed on our children by our culture. He even adds an evil-sounding audio filter to some stuff, like this.
Trans rights. This is only going in one direction. You will respect us.
We're coming to get you. We're gonna get you. Hollywood will incept this evil into your children's heads. And somehow, apparently, YouTubers and Hollywood and TikTok are all working together because we're the trans Illuminati. Woo! Woo! It's ridiculous, right? Right? Because actually, no. He is right. He's known the truth the whole time. I'm doing it right now. This whole video has been me subliminally getting into your head, trying to manipulate you into the trans agenda. Everything on here is true. We're all going to get you. Oh, thanks, transgender Jesus. It was just a dream.
Except that the Little Mermaid herself, a pale redhead in the cartoon version, has been recast as a black woman, though still with red hair somehow. No. This is part of a growing trend. As the anger about whitewashing increases, so in equal proportion does the demand for what we must in reverse call blackwashing.
Hello, everyone. A few weeks ago, we finally got our latest target in our plan for transgender domination after he penned an irritated tweet about our Lord and Savior Elliot Page. Hallowed be his Umbrella Academy. As a result, we have finally gotten him off of Twitter and have finally moved forward our front in the all-out culture wars, which will, of course, as we all know, lead naturally from minor wins on Twitter to full world mind control within the next 2 years, as we work alongside the dark Brandon agenda. What? What? Oh, shit. Sorry. I thought that this was our, Woke Moralist meeting. Please forget everything that you just heard. So, yeah, what were we talking about? Like the last bit I just did myself, at this point in What is a Woman, Matt Walsh cuts to a D-grade horror segment.
You keep invoking the word truth. You're just condescending and rude.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
He walks around staring at creepy mannequins of women. It's meant to be scary. It's not, but it's meant to be. And then he snaps awake as if he had some nightmare. And Matt, my dude, just to let you know, if you're having nightmares about gender, I have something to tell you. That's not very cisgender of you. Someone's trans egg may be cracking. This segment, if it weren't made by Matt Walsh, would be very relatable to many trans people. I, too, have had many nightmares about naked mannequins. Doctor Who really fucks you up as a kid. But really, this faux horror segment reveals what Matt wants his audience to feel at this moment in the movie. The whole film, Matt has created narratives that are all misinformed, bad-faithed, and always meant to vilify trans people. Not just as silly or wrong, but as active, malicious agents coming for you, your kids, your best friends, Jordan Peterson, and everyone in between, all leading to this feeling of fear. He wants his audience to feel fear, an irrational fear based on misinformation about the trans community. All this is because the man who works for Ben Facts Don't Care About Your Feelings Shapiro doesn't actually really care about facts, but wants to build a feeling. He's making an emotional appeal to his audience. Matt wants, as I spoke about in my first video on this film, to affirm his audience's opinions, to frame himself as reasonable, and then make everyone else, trans allies and trans people ourselves, seem scary, evil, abusive, harmful, and actively coming for you, your wife, and your children. But he doesn't just want it to stay there. He doesn't want to just create that fear, but he wants to take that fear and turn it into something more malicious, into anger and action. Because Matt then takes his chair and hits his freaking conspiracy board. But this cartoonish, childish chair throwing is actually precisely the kind of mindless rage that he wants to instill and build up in his audience, to give his audience an emotional catharsis, to direct their fear into rage in a specific way, and he models precisely what he means by this. From here, the film transitions into a montage of all the attention-grabbing stunts that Matt Walsh has done over the past couple of years. I've gone over some of these in greater detail in this video, but we see him pretending to be a Virginian in a Tennessean's body in order to get a residence in a Virginian school board district to yell at that school board about being child groomers for simply having trans-inclusive bathroom policies, for allowing trans children to be able to use the bathroom in peace in the one that they wish to, not bothering anyone else.
Now you only give us 60 seconds, so let me get to the point. You are all child abusers. You prey upon impressionable children and indoctrinate them into your insane ideological cult, a cult which holds many fanatical views, but none so deranged as the idea that boys are girls and girls are boys. By imposing this vile nonsense on students to the point even of forcing young girls to share locker rooms with boys, you deprive these kids of safety and privacy and something more fundamental too, which is truth. If education is not grounded in truth, then it is worthless. Worse, it is poison. You are poison. You are predators. I can see why you try to stop us from speaking. You know that your ideas are indefensible. You silence the opposing side because you have no argument. You can only hide under your beds like pathetic little gutless cowards hoping we shut up and go away, but we won't. I promise you that.
He also shows his appearance on Dr. Phil, where he was placed in opposition to 2 transgender parents, but of which a heavily edited version of that Dr. Phil appearance went viral in online conservative Facebook groups earlier this year that helped to popularize Walsh's supposed gotcha, what is a woman question, to begin with. Walsh also showcases his publication of the children's book Johnny the Walrus, about a young boy that identifies as a walrus and whose mother takes him seriously and tries to give him irreversible harmful surgeries in order to turn him into a walrus because she wants to be supportive. A book clearly meant to play into this narrative of the oh my god horrible surgeries being done upon kids narrative that Matt Walsh placed earlier in the film. And this book isn't meant to be a kid's book. He did a video showing the book to kids who seemed confused by the entire thing.
The end. Thank you. No, I just sat down and wrote it.
Instead, the children's book, like the film What is a Woman, was for his base. A troll tactic to galvanize those in his audience to make them believe that Matt Walsh was speaking truth to power. Because that's what Walsh wants to instill in this segment of the film. He's framed trans people throughout the entirety of the movie as this ruling class, the people who hold all the power in our society, and that we're trying to harm your kids and family, and that these stunts by Walsh were just him being a strong man speaking out against the ruling transes. And while these seem like just silly little stunts by Matt Walsh, I want to make no mistake. This is a call for violence by Matt. Violence against trans people in all forms. By doing these over-the-top stunts, Matt is saying that there is no line that you should not cross in order to fight back against trans people, to try to attack, harm, harass, or go after them, because you're actually speaking truth to power. You're actually fighting back against the people who are trying to do real harm in our society. The whole purpose of this is to direct anger and vitriol and hate towards an already marginalized group, and actually cause his audience to feel like they should go out and do similar things to trans people like he is, and oftentimes much worse, while also giving himself plausible deniability in that act. And we are seeing this in real time. And we can see all of this directly in what Matt Walsh does on his show and life and what he's trying to get his followers to do towards trans people. For example, as we spoke about in our first video, Matt on his show regularly features reactions to trans people, often videos sourced from places like the libs of TikTok or other YouTubers like myself, in order to disingenuously edit them and frame them in order to get his audience to send them a flood of harassment and go after them, while also instilling in his audience a sense of righteous virtue in doing so. I recently spoke about how this entire pipeline of people facing harassment due to folks like Matt Walsh and other right-wing figures in a video that spun out of this one, where I talked about trans activist Eli Ehrlich. In that video that's on this very channel, I spoke about how, in his show, Matt Walsh spread misinformation and selective facts about Eli in order to vilify her as a trans person, sending his audience to harass her online, to report her to authorities, and to also send harassment not just towards her, but even her professors at the university that she is currently attending.
You are the one that we're going to make an example of, because we have to start somewhere. Also, Eli, I should note that I just don't like your attitude. I think you need some humility in your life. And I am generous enough to help you develop that virtue.
Even going so far as to dox these professors and share their public information in his show and telling his audience to directly harass them.
And these are all people that we should be reaching out to ask, what are they going to do about this? And we'll put her contact information up there. Now you can email her. You can call her 8. I would start with her. I mean, she's at the top of the hierarchy. She's the leader, so she should be the first one we contact.
It's grossly disgusting, but showcases how directly willing Walsh is to wield his audience to harass trans people and everyone around us, regardless of the consequences to those people. Check out that video that I did for more information on how Matt builds up this type of misinformation around a single trans person. There have been numerous articles talking about how whenever someone is featured on Matt Walsh's or other conservative media shows, they end up receiving a flood of harassment and targeted attacks at them. whether they be a trans-affirming teacher in a school or a trans person online. That person always ends up receiving harassment. I myself have faced Matt's Eye of Sauron as well. A day before the release of What is a Woman and a week before my final transition-related surgery that I had recently in this June, Matt retweeted one of my posts on Twitter about him, attempting to swirl up the canceling narrative surrounding his film in order to build up buzz. He literally retweeted me in order to build up promotion around the film, that he was being canceled and attacked by the transes and that we wanted to silence him. Immediately after he did the retweet, which by the way he found by searching his name on Twitter because I did not tag him in that tweet, my phone was quickly overrun with notifications by people screaming, "What is a woman?" in my mentions. People yelling, "Why can't you answer the question? Just answer the question," despite the fact that a lot of people in my mentions and I myself were actually telling them the answer to the question, because again, they just want to be affirmed in their own beliefs and not actually hear the answer that people are willing to give, while also denying that we are giving the answer. And that in and of itself was a lot to deal with, to have hundreds of thousands of people dogpiling on you asking a question that you already answered numerous times and they could find themselves, but all they want to do is just harass a trans person with this question that they don't even want to hear the answer to. But it went even beyond that. I had tons of people calling me mentally ill, dehumanizing me, calling me ugly, disgusting, a monster, a child groomer. All people that had no idea who I actually was before Matt even retweeted me, and still didn't know who I was even after. I was just the trans that Matt had retweeted and thereby instilled in them that they should go after me. But even worse than that, I had people come to my YouTube comments to tell me to 41% myself, a commonly used phrase by transphobes to refer to an incorrect study that states 41% of trans people commit suicide. So these people were telling me to go kill myself. I had actually intended to get some editing and work done that day, but I couldn't. I had to turn everything off and focus on this, and then go out from my house just so I didn't have a mental breakdown from it. I had to spend the entire day before Pride Month, a week before a surgery intended to give me joy, trying to wrestle with the nonsense Matt Walsh sent my way with a single retweet. It was honestly a lot to deal with. Luckily, or perhaps sadly, I'm used to this sort of thing, being a trans woman with a platform. I've gotten this for everything that I've done videos on, whether it be on topics like Dave Chappelle, which will naturally attract the transphobes coming after me, or simple videos on Star Trek, saying that, of course a trans would like modern Star Trek, and attacks on my humanity even there. All this showcases the shit that every trans person, no matter what they're talking about or what they're doing, receives daily just for being trans. Something that Matt Walsh constantly likes to throw gasoline on the fire of. On that note, I know many trans women who sent me messages that very day that I got retweeted, who also got retweeted by Matt Walsh and got the same amount of transphobia that I got, with no resources or awareness of how to deal with it that I do. But as I said, Matt Walsh is just one example of someone throwing gasoline on the already lit fire. Harassment of trans people online and in public spaces is continually on the rise. All it takes is being publicly visible as a trans person, either online or in person, or even if someone suspects that you're trans. There is a reason that the attempted suicide rate and the actual suicide rate for trans people, while not 41%, is still higher than the rest of the population. And it's not because we're trans, it's because of the endless waves of harassment and bullying that we face due to being trans. But even that is just the tip of the spear that Matt Walsh is trying to throw at us. Because in this segment, Matt also is calling for systemic violence against trans people as well, exemplified by him yelling at the school board for trans-inclusive bathroom policies. As the wonderful YouTube channel Some More News recently brought up in one of its videos, this event that Matt was speaking at was done so that Matt could call this school board child groomers, and eventually sent harassment and attention their way. Yet the only reason that he did this to this board was because a 9th grade girl at the school was assaulted by what Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire tried to suggest was a trans girl, though it was not. An absolutely horrible event, but it was a cis man who entered the bathroom, not a trans person. Yet, instead of working to try to get to the truth of the matter, or working to try to make bathrooms safer for all women and all people, trans or not, as I discussed earlier that he could have done, he instead took it as an opportunity to build his own brand and make it seem like he was speaking truth to power against the true evil of society by railing against trans people. Yet Matt didn't stop here. He's done even more. Recently, he's targeted targeted more violence at institutions trying to be affirming to trans people. Just these past few months, Matt Walsh, along with libs of TikTok, worked to spread lies and misinformation about Boston Children's Hospital, creating misinformation campaigns around it, saying that the hospital was giving irreversible surgeries to transgender kids, harming them against their will. Rhetoric that is reflected in the entirety of the What is a Woman film that we've been talking about.
Children's hospitals around the country are butchering, mutilating, and sterilizing their young patients. So according to Boston Children's Hospital, literally every toddler who has ever been born or will ever be born is trans. Now, if it seems like they're casting the widest imaginable net in order to catch the most children they can and put them all on a path to sterilization and butchery before they can even talk, well, that's because that's exactly what these monsters are doing. And they've done it up until this moment without much resistance from the public. But that has to end. We have to stop making it so easy on them. And that's why I'm in the very early stages of trying to organize a national coordinated effort to fight back against this evil. It's really just a matter of where do we begin. Maybe we begin at Boston Children's Hospital.
This information wasn't true. While the hospital had trans-affirming clinics, surgeries were only available to those over 18 who consented to them, or those sometimes younger as long as they had parental and doctor consent as well. But for those under 18, they just provided education, therapy, and safe drugs like puberty blockers that were entirely safe. Yet this misinformation that Walsh spread eventually led to the mass harassment of the Children's Hospital staff and even a bomb threat. Quite literally, by framing trans people and those giving trans-affirming care as the powerful villains, it led to the endangerment of trans kids, the endangerment of all the children at that hospital, and the hospital's staff, which is entirely disgusting. Even beyond that more immediate issue though, this harassment led the hospital to take information for trans patients off their websites, creating a barrier for trans people that were seeking life-affirming medical care, meaning that the repercussions go well beyond just the people who were at that hospital when this all happened. It snowballs even further. It's truly disgusting. Yet this is also indicative of a larger trend. Between January and March of 2022, 238 anti-transgender bills were filed across the United States, with many more being made since then. From bans against trans people in sports, to banning education about trans issues, to labeling parents trying to get trans-affirming healthcare for their children as child abusers. Proponents of these bills use the same language as Matt, saying it's about protecting children, parents' rights, religious freedom, or more other made-up nonsense just meant to obfuscate the fact that these are targeting and going after trans people. And they all cite the same faulty stories and ideas and messages as Matt did throughout his entire film. All this again leads to the denial of rights and disenfranchisement of trans people around the United States and world. All something that Matt is arguing for in this section of the film. But it gets even worse. Because with things like the groomer narrative that has taken hold in the right, something that Matt is leaning into whenever he talks about the trans is coming for your kids throughout the video, when you tell people in such hyperbolic language about things like the mutilation of children by the transes and the absence of love by trans people towards children, it's not going to stop at systemic violence or harassment. These people have been led to believe that children are in danger. And yes, the idea of, oh, protect the children is a very time-honored trope that people have used to discriminate against minorities for forever.
I was born of heterosexual parents. I was taught by heterosexual teachers in a fiercely heterosexual society with television ads and newspaper ads, fiercely heterosexual, a society that puts down homosexuality. And why am I homosexual if I'm affected by role models? I should have been a heterosexual. And no offense meant, but if teachers are going to affect you as role models, there'd be a lot of nuns running around the streets today.
But it has been because it's an effective one. We like to care about kids, protecting children, some of the most vulnerable people around us. And so while these people don't understand that what they're actually doing is hurting many trans-affirming kids and other kids on the side as collateral in this fight, they do try to enact out anger and vitriol and violence in the name of protecting children. Hate crimes against trans people recorded by the police in the United Kingdom have increased by 81% over the past 2 years. The FBI in 2021 found a 6% increase in hate crimes against trans people, and fatal violence against trans people has also increased, particularly in Texas, Florida, and Georgia, areas where anti-trans rhetoric has been increasingly effective. And it increased considerably just this past year. And this physical violence happens to us because we are trans, regardless of how much we even try to conform to the laws and stigmas put upon us. For example, a 20-year-old trans man was forced to use a women's bathroom in a Preble County campground in Ohio, something he was advised to do by the campground staff, even though that wasn't something that he wanted to do. And yet he did it anyways, to try to conform to what he was told to do. And as a result, he was promptly beaten by a group of cisgender men who came to protect the cis women. It again showcases how this protect the white cis woman is often used as justification for enacting violence against minorities, often people of color, as well as trans people, of which this man was both. Matt Walsh claims that trans people have all the power, but does any of this sound like power to you? Matt Walsh likes to claim that everyone in society caters to trans people, that we're canceling everyone or harming the children. But if we can't even stop Dave Chappelle from getting 4 more Netflix specials and, get people to respect something as simple as our pronouns on Twitter, how do you think we have any real power? Yes, certainly, we can make a stink on Twitter every once in a while, something that Tucker Carlson or Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro will love to say is like, oh, look how much power the trans people have. They're trying to make you conform with their mind control on Twitter, trying to ruin your free speech. But is that actual power? The fact that we maybe minorly get heard and vilified every time that someone just actually actively targets us and harasses us? Yes, we're being heard a little bit more nowadays, but that's not because we suddenly have all the power and trying to get everyone to conform to us. It's because you didn't hear about us before, because we weren't given a voice at all in the discussion about us. And the fact that we have some now doesn't mean we suddenly have all the power. It just means we're trying our best not to be beaten into the ground quietly. Matt wants his audience to see trans people as violent, horrific, harmful, and powerful to justify them taking action against trans people, to enacting violence against trans people. Unless you think I'm being over the top and hyperbolic, this isn't a supposition. This is a segment from the final chapter of Matt Walsh's book version of his film, which, by the way, is available now for $28.99, which is a ridiculous amount for a book that's only 233 pages. Like, Lord of the Rings, this is not. And the chapter is titled, The Rebellion.
Gender theory is evil, and what it is doing to children is evil. It is a monumental contradiction of logic and absence of love. If you truly cared about people, you wouldn't indulge in their self-destructive fantasies. You wouldn't promote the mutilation of children. You would help people embrace the truth. And you would protect our kids, no matter the consequences. They attempt to rule by propaganda, fear, and force, but they have awoken a sleeping giant. We are not afraid of them, and will take down their degenerate reign of terror.
There's just so much projection in these words, and it honestly angers and upsets me. Who harms the children when you take away the care that saves trans kids' lives? Who is absent of love when you label parents trying to care for their children as child abusers? Who is denying the truth when all you do is peddle lies to your audience? But make no mistake, Matt Walsh's words are chilling. They are a call for active hatred, bigotry, and violence, and I do not say this lightly. They, along with the words of many right-wing people attacking trans people, are making a call for a genocide. This is the end goal of all of this rhetoric. We may be in the middle stages of this fascistic rhetoric, but do not mistake this. They are identifying and categorizing who they wish to target. And Matt Walsh has done a great job at the beginning to pass out the pink triangles.
Do I think that giraffes are real? No, but it's complicated.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they say in Deutschland, it's time for Cooking with Fascism!
Hi, welcome to Cooking for Fascists, the only show that won't ruin your Christmas by trying to tell you that your gingerbread men are actually gingerbread women, and where we all know everything is going to be all right. Right. I'm your host, Bo L. Woman. I hope you all enjoyed last week's meal where we combined together church and steak, but today we're gonna bake something extra special, something that your man will love. Mostly because it means you never left the kitchen. Speaking of women, let's start where all life starts, with some eggs. You just pop them into the bowl. Yeah, like that. It's gotta be the whole egg. No just parts of this egg. It's gotta be the whole thing. Then it's time to add some sugar. Almost like you're fertilizing the eggs with sweetness. There we go. Just a little bit. Now, it's at this moment when your cookie has a soul, and its gender was determined by the big baker in the sky. In fact, it's never too early to get them started. So, let's throw in the key ingredient. A King James Bible into this mix. This is the most important part. Stir it around in there, really make sure that they're getting their Genesis and their Exodus, and they're really learning all about it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that. Isn't that just lovely? Oh, I'm so excited for this recipe. And now, this is the most important part of the recipe, because we're going to set this aside for 9 months. Don't forget to set a timer. It looks like it's actually been 9 months. I know that not from the timer, but because it was the last time I even thought about my husband being able to give me an orgasm. I'm pretty sure that female pleasure doesn't exist. Anyways, let's see what we got going on here. It looks like our special ingredient of the King James Bible has us started and managed to let our little bundle of joy here survive the baby murdering liberals out there. Now we just need to add in some flour. Now we just get in there with our hands, because heaven knows that a mother's job should just get her hands nice and dirty in the kitchen. Look at that. Oh yeah, just mix that in there. Oh yeah. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, the miracle of life, everybody. Now remember, ladies, once this is all said and done, it's our job to make sure it's taken care of for the next 18 years. Because it's not our husband's job to help out. What the hell? What am I wearing? Where am I? Anyways, you'd think, given the darkness and power of the last section of the film, that emotional catharsis and call to fight back against trans ideology would be the end of Matt's argument. But if we left off our discussion of this movie there, we'd be ignoring the most critical ingredient, the question itself. What is a woman? Yes, we've gone this whole video and even my first video without even answering the question that Matt has been asking this entire time. A fact that many commenters like to point out on my first video.
You still didn't answer the question. You're just trying to avoid it and spread this BS to manipulate people and make them more depressed. Especially kids.
You know, I skimmed through your video and couldn't help to notice that you never answered the question, what is a woman? You could have saved our time and brain cells by answering it and debunk Matt's whole ideology.
You spend an entire video and never answer the question. Unlike Matt Walsh, all you do is typical propaganda, bashing a person. Why not straight up answer his question to shut him up?
So to all of you who asked, don't worry, I'll try my best to answer that question myself by the end of this segment. But let's see what Matt's answer to the question is first. Because after all of this, everything that we've been discussing this entire time, he goes home to his wife at the end of the film and asks her the question. And this happens.
What is a woman?
An adult human female who needs help opening this.
Now, there are two important things going on in that clip, and we'll get to the second one. But first, let's take it at face value. She answers, adult human female. That is the answer that relieves Matt. It's the one he's wanted the entire film. It's a simple 3-word answer. A simple answer to a simple question. As Matt has tried to argue his entire film, that is the answer that denotes the truth. The one that nature tells all about, apparently.
I like to come out here to think. Nature seems to always tell the truth.
The definition, adult human female, encapsulates the idea of a woman totally and well, according to Matt. It denotes the biological reality of the world, the biological reality of women. It's not the crazy answers of the gender ideology that use circular logic like Professor Patrick's earlier, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman.
You stood up here and said trans women are women.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not myself.
You used the word, so what did you mean when you said trans women are women if you don't know what it means?
Right? So here's the thing. So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term. It includes people who...
That describes what?
People who identify as a woman.
Identify as what?
As a woman.
What is that?
It's 3 words, adult, human, female, all easily defined. Or are they? I mean, for example, what is an adult? When is someone an adult? The definition of an adult is generally accepted to be 18 today, but that wasn't always the case. Some cultures had adulthood being younger. Even our culture had adulthood being younger until very recently. Some cultures even said that you need to have a ritual, a rite of passage to be able to become an adult. Take for an example a bat mitzvah for women in Jewish cultures, which happens before they're 18. So what exactly is an adult? But also, what is a human? This is a question that goes back to the early days of Greek philosophy. Much like Matt Walsh tries to define woman, Plato himself tried to answer the question, what is a man? Which, by the way, he equated manhood to all of humanity, which also belies how much of our gender constructs have worked to dehumanize anyone other than men. But Plato tried to define humanity by saying a featherless biped was the answer, simplifying the definition as best he could. But then one of his students rightly pointed out, a plucked chicken could fit this definition. In fact, he flung a featherless chicken on the table in front of everyone for all to see that was his definition. One would imagine that if they were to do that today, Matt Walsh would probably just throw out his dick to say what is a man. Anyways, because of this, Plato had to change his definition to a featherless biped with broad flat nails, which still doesn't fully seem to work to my mind. I mean, what if we met an alien who also had nails? Is that alien also still a human? So even that question, what is a human, raises more questions and curiosities about the definition. But also, what is, in the words of a Ferengi, a female?
Women are the enemy, and we treat them accordingly.
Is it someone born with XX chromosomes? But there are some people who do have XX chromosomes, but also have hormone imbalances, and so they're born with a penis. Are they female? And if so, does that make them women? Or are they men because they have a penis? Also, there are some humans born with XXY chromosomes, but are still born with a vagina. So are they not female? Or are they ultimately still women? Or maybe a female is someone born with a vagina. But if that's the case, then what was all this arguing about nature and science tells the truth that Matt Walsh has been on about if you're just going to ignore biology anyways? It seems to cut against your argument to ignore people's chromosomes if that's the basis for the rest of your argument.
Also, if Matt wants to argue that nature tells the truth,
nature seems to always tell the truth.
There are animals in nature that present differently in different social situations, like monkeys, for example. Or there are also animals that can literally change their sex, showcasing the malleability of concepts like gender and sex in nature outside of humans.
Not to mention the easy question to ask here is, do you know someone's chromosomes or genitals when you're interacting with them? Many trans women are treated as women without anyone knowing either of those things. So are they women or are they not women? Would you invalidate a cis woman's womanhood if she turned out to have XXY chromosomes her entire life but has thought and believed that she was a woman her entire life as well? There's so many questions and I could go much further and break it down more, but I think the point is made. The phrase adult human female is just as flawed and limited a definition of womanhood as any other. While clearly the point of the question that Matt is trying to get at is to exclude trans women from that definition of womanhood, it's also going to exclude some cis women as well. There's no definition you could come up with that's just going to exclude trans women, but also include every other cisgender woman. But we all know what the real goal is here. So then, all this begs the question. What is my answer to the question, what is a woman? And I am going to tell you right now, I don't have one definitive way to answer the question. Yep, I admit it. Us leftists can't actually answer the question, what is a woman? I knew it! And we can't encapsulate it simply because the answer isn't simple. I mean, I could give you the answer that Professor Patrick provides briefly in the film.
It's actually a really simple answer, and that's a person who identifies as a woman.
But what are they identifying as?
As a woman.
But what is that?
As a woman.
Do you know what a circular definition is?
But that answer is oversimplified, something that I think Professor Patrick himself would agree with, considering he tried to give a longer answer earlier, even though Matt tried to cut over it.
The social sciences today is that sex refers to a set of biological characteristics and gender is a social construct or category. What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. But in that framing, when you split them up into these wholly discrete constructs, studies scholars, and really more specifically people who study gender and sex, we're not talking about sexuality right now, in the kind of academic universe that I travel in, is that we see how deeply gendered ideas, cultural ideas about masculinity and femininity, maleness and femaleness, both in humans and in lots of other animals.
And as Matt points out, though, this definition of woman is someone who identifies as a woman is using woman in the definition. We could improve the definition by saying that a woman is someone who identifies as a gender that is most closely linked with femininity, but is that answer enough too? I mean, I also believe that gender is a social construct, something that is about the interaction between people. So is identifying as a woman enough to make someone totally and completely a woman, or does it need to have a social aspect as well? I mean, I am a woman, but if I'm not seen as a woman by others when I go out into the world, like if I went into a conservative area and they knew I was a trans woman and wouldn't treat me as a woman, then am I really a woman? At least in that context? Does the definition of woman change between different social settings? And there are so many ways I could keep adding and defining and manipulating this definition of a woman to try and fit more and more ways and contexts that it could fit into, but ultimately it's a complex question with no easy answer. And that's why I think that trying to define it in one simple 3-word way is limited. There are tons of videos on YouTube, like Lily Alexander's excellent one, that explores the complexities of this question. But let me just say right here, I cannot completely answer the question of what is a woman. Yeah, take that, meme it, put it out there, say leftists admit that they can't admit what a woman is. Yes, you can do with that clip what you will. But what I will say is that's amazing. The fact that I can't easily define what a woman is actually amazing to my mind. The fact that the universe is so full of mysteries and so hard to explain, to know that the answers to questions lie beyond my grasp, and yet it is my privilege to spend a lifetime exploring them, to pursue learning more. That's why I do this job. It's what fills me with excitement. It's what fills me with joy. Doesn't it fill you with happiness to know that you have a lifetime to pursue the truth? Not Walsh's truth, but your truth and the truth of the universe. It should fill you with so much joy. Yet, the people who Matt Walsh's documentary is for don't wish to hear that. They want the simplified 3-word definition because they want the world to be simple, put into little boxes so everything can fit into its proper place. No matter how much we point out that the definition that they give is incomplete, they won't budge because they need the answer to be simple. It's not a good faith question done to engender curiosity to see where the question leads, but a trolling tactic meant to either get the answer that they already want or laugh down at anyone who answers with more complexity than 3 words. And notice how in so many of these real comments that I'm about to show you that were made on my first video on Matt Walsh, how these people, in trying to simply define women in a way that excludes me as a trans woman, often reduce women down to essentially just baby-making factories. And also have no seeming awareness that saying that a woman is someone who has a uterus or is someone who has the tools needed to give birth will actually exclude a lot of cis women as well who are sometimes born without uteruses or certain parts of the reproduction process in their bodies. It all goes back to how women are just reduced to function, dehumanized objects that are simply baby-making factories to be protected by men. And if they aren't that, then they really aren't women. Even beyond those comments, though, there are still others that end up trying to give the simple answer of adult human female, but end up giving much more complexity to that definition without having the self-consciousness to recognize that they're doing so, showcasing that the term adult human female is itself a limited one.
Also, a woman is a human being that goes through a menstrual cycle to shift the levels of chemicals inside her body to become able to support a growing child body inside of her body.
The only point of this film was to establish that a woman is an adult human female, born with the necessary biological physiology to give birth. A human female is one that has ovaries, a uterus, a vagina, a pair of fallopian tubes, and a pair of breasts with functioning mammary glands.
A woman is a human born with a vagina, Scientists will be able to dig up your bones in 1,000 years and be able to tell if you were a female or not.
Well, I say only this. A woman is a mother, something that a man can't be, both physical and emotional. So cut the crap and fix your problems.
I looked it up. Women, an adult female human being. Female, of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs.
Pretty simple. Man has a dick, woman has a vagina.
Sex and gender are the same thing. Some men are more masculine than others. Some women are more feminine than others. Some people have a mental illness that makes them want to be the opposite sex. If the truth makes you want to kill yourself, go ahead.
I have asked 100 people that online and never gotten a good answer. I have literally tried to be proven wrong on the daily. I never was and still haven't been. You forgot the... Yeah, never mind. My answer to what is a woman is adult human female. Simple as that. As for what a female is, the exact science I am not completely sure of since I'm not a biologist, but I have done research, and it seems to me it's the path you took in the womb. There is a channel that covers a lot of intersex conditions and how they fit into sex categories, which are binary. I believe it's called Paradox Institute. It's very well explained there, and he does it better than I ever could. Simply put, though, it's defined by the female games, but an average person is not a biologist, which means they may not know about gametes, etc., so how can a normal person know if they're male or female? If they have such word born with a penis or vagina. That answer can be wrong, but it's right 99.98% of the time. Having those things isn't your sex, but it is an almost absolute indication of your sex. Conservatives can answer this question. You are the only ones that cannot.
And it's all because Matt looks at people who see the world with curiosity, with scorn. Walsh is loudly anti-intellectual. In his mind, higher education and the search for knowledge is a waste of time, obfuscating God-given simple truths.
Well, now I can say I've been to college. Glad I didn't pay for it. Is there anyone willing to give me a straight answer?
But really, when you look at the people who are trying to earnestly answer the question, what is a woman? There are millions of dedicated researchers, scientists, lecturers, students, labs, and more who are working hard to find knowledge and truth, who are part of a millennia-long tradition of knowledge-making that builds and supports every facet of the world we live in today. It's the people who realize that the truth isn't the point, but the search for knowledge is the point in and of itself. That is what life is, a search for truth, our truth, life's truth, the universe's truth. And Walsh has no context to understand that. In fact, it's contrary to his very point. Because there is another answer to the question of what is a woman that Matt Walsh gives. And it's a much subtler one. Matt's response to what is a woman is shown to us by the visual language of the film, by his spouse, a dutiful wife, literally cooking away in the kitchen where she's meant to be, too weak to even open up a jar of pickles without her husband. The film wasn't just about being a justification for violence against trans people, or to come up with a definition of woman that excludes trans women. While that is certainly the actionable item of the movie, the thing that Matt Walsh wants his audience to go and do, it's ultimately all in service of something more critical to Walsh. His argument for a return to traditionalist, patriarchal gender roles that place women as secondary and subservient. Behind all of these surface-level narratives of the film, this was the underlying intention of all of it. He spent the entire movie trying to justify how men and women are separate entities to each other, two beings that are vastly different. No amount of gender ideology could destroy this innate truth that he has subtly hinted at the entire film. Yet, by saying men and women are separate, he's also subtly but intentionally reinforced the idea of women into traditionalist gender roles. By arguing that there's a simple definition of what a woman could be, isn't there also then a way that a woman should act, should be in the world? And if you don't believe me in this, we can point out how he even ends the book version of the film, which he's selling now for $28.99, on this very idea, that certain gendered roles for women are innate and natural. And he does so, because it's Matt Walsh, by returning to that racist idea, primitivism.
As I walked around the hot, dry, and dusty village where everyone was commonly swatting bugs away from their faces, and where the sun felt like it was closer than anywhere else I'd ever been before, I couldn't help but notice that, nonetheless, Everyone seemed happy. I thought about all the people in places like Europe and Canada and America who suffer from gender identity disorder, and my heart was heavy at the giant weight of unhappiness that seemed to permeate so many lives back at home. I decided to talk to the Maasai women about this. According to my culture, if anybody had a reason to be unhappy, it would be them. They were not allowed to act at all like men. They were expected to bear children, and their duties were at home. I was sure they had some complaints. A woman named Mary responded, "No depression. People are very happy and friendly." My translator Paul told me she said that what makes them happy is 1, having kids, secondly, having cows, what you can provide, what cows produce, and also being in one place, all sitting in a community, like a grove. That is happiness too.
Matt here is trying to reinforce, with his My Friend the Black Tribe, that women are just happy to be back in the kitchen or taking care of men, and only are there in the world to bear children. That's where they're truly happy. It's all very Handmaid's Tale. But what I find particularly interesting in all of this is to notice that in order to do this, Matt gives the answer to the question of... We interrupt this program to bring you a breaking news bulletin. Thank you, announcer voice from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
We interrupt this program to bring you Courage the Cowardly Dog Show!
That was a reference for you millennials out there. I'm relatable. But sadly, we're not here to talk about a horror-themed children's cartoon. We're here to talk about a real-life horror man who likes to talk about children. You see, I'm interrupting this video that you've been watching because everything that you've seen up to this point was actually filmed weeks ago. And this video was only intended to be a breakdown of What is a Woman the film and how the transphobic narratives that Matt Walsh peddles in it all build up an ideology that upholds fascistic, sexist, and white supremacist rhetorics. And we will continue with that discussion in just a moment. But as I was finishing up on this video, doing the editing and all that fun stuff, further news began to break, mostly uncovered by the fantastic organization Media Matters, around Matt Walsh that I think is entirely relevant to this conversation, that I feel like I would have been remiss if I didn't discuss and connect to our ongoing narrative around Matt Walsh's dangerous ideology. This is because a lot of this reporting has exposed his fascism that was previously only being discussed and hidden under commonly misunderstood anti-transgender talking points. So let's quickly go over everything that's come out about Walsh in the past few weeks in a segment that I like to call Keeping Up with the Walshes. There's a lot, so we're gonna kind of rapid fire through all of this. From early 2010 through 2011, Matt Walsh co-hosted a radio show called the Matt and Crank program, along with his co-host Andrew Crank Murr, in a radio station in Georgetown, Delaware. It was a small radio show that had much less scrutiny than his current Matt Walsh show on the Daily Wire, and as such, Walsh at the time was more open about many of his beliefs that he's now currently more couching in acceptability politics and dog whistles. First and foremost, Media Matters uncovered that Walsh promoted the Great White Replacement theory, ranting about, quote, the extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race.
So a 213% increase in Hispanic children in the next 40 years. That's insanity. That's actually the next 30 years. That's the current rate, right? Like, you know, if they do, you know, magically put up a wall or something of that nature, that number would probably come down a little bit, wouldn't it? Yeah, at the current rate, that's what they're looking at. The state's largest county, Harris County, will shed Anglos throughout the coming decades. Shedding Anglos. There's something band name. By 2040, Harris County will have about 516,000 fewer Anglos than live in the Houston area in 2000. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, the specifics of the Texas demographics, not really important. But the point is, you see how, and we've heard this before, maybe this is more dramatic than what we've heard in before. And when no one's actually said, it's over for us, we're done. Our race of people, we're singing our swan song right now. We're the last of the Mohicans, the last of the Anglos. He's the first person to jump to that conclusion. But all the studies we've seen, and just when you look around yourself, that's what you see. Now, there might be some people that say, well, okay, so what? Big deal. It's not, you know, still people living here. So maybe the races mix a little bit, and it's no big deal. We all move on. Well, it is because we're all dying off. That's what the problem is. It's not that we're just you know, as the Mexicans come in, we magically meld with them and become like them. It's not like that. It's that we are dying off, just like any other species of animal does. We're dying, and the way that animals, there's two ways that animals die off. Well, three ways. One's disease. Two is deforestation, or they lose their habitat, which, okay, look at us. And then the third one is that they stop reproducing. And usually all three of those things happen kind of simultaneously. And that's what's happening with us. The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that.
For those of you who don't know what it is, the Great Replacement theory has been garnering more media attention lately, especially after it was one of the motivating factors of the recent mass shooting incident in a predominantly black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, which is incidentally my hometown. However, the Great Replacement theory isn't something new. It's actually been a long-held belief in white supremacist spaces, that Jewish folks, black people, and other minorities are replacing white people, specifically Anglo-Saxon European white men. This racist theory has always held sway in many of these spaces, but it gained more prominence with French author Jean Rapal's 1973 novel, which became popular with right-wing groups as it told the tale of the apocalyptic coming of the destruction of the white race. By the 2010s, the theory had gained a large foothold in alt-right spaces, to the point where "You will not replace us" was a prominent slogan chanted at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
This Great Replacement theory has since been pushed more and more into the mainstream on programs like Fox News and Tucker Carlson.
That the left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement, if you suggest that the Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters from the third world. But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually. Let's just say it, that's true. I have less political power because they're importing a brand new electorate. Why should I sit back and take that?
Often these rhetorics are in relation to immigrants and used to stoke white anxiety with xenophobia, racism, and into extremism. So while showcasing this white replacement theory isn't exactly surprising, lest you think that that quote that I just played was something that he said many years ago and has since learned more about or stopped talking about, Walsh again actually reiterated this theory just this year in May 2022.
Tucker Carlson and other conservatives have in the past pointed out that the Democrats have been very open about the fact that, you know, they want to minimize what they call whiteness in America. And they want to bring in voters, you know, from other countries. They don't want voter ID laws. You know, they want to be able to bring in the voters and have them vote because they know they're going to be voting Democrat. So they want to replace, especially white male voters, with voters who they think are going to be beholden to them. Now, this isn't a conspiracy theory. There's nothing wild or speculative about it. It's just a fact. And one of the ways that you know that it's a fact is because the left and the media, the New York Times, CNN, they've been very open about it many times. So if it is a theory, if the Great Replacement theory is a theory, then it's a theory propagated by the left.
Yet what is important to note is that we can go further with it, as Walsh on his show back in the early 2010s also argued for the need for 16-year-old girls to marry men and get pregnant, saying that they wished to settle down and start a family and that this was the time when they were most fertile. Yeah, just saying that sentence made me kind of want to vomit in my mouth a little bit.
Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact. All right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. But what happened recently, and this is the fourth fact, recently in the last 30 years or so, we decided that that's way too young to start a family. Why?
The sexualization of underage young girls by a grown man is entirely disgusting just on its face. But it's even more so given the hypocrisy of it coming from a man that's been recently lying about how young kids have been sexualized by the transgender cult and gender ideology, like we've been discussing this whole video.
For 10 years and up. Here's just one page I want you to see here.
For 10 and up, huh?
It's unspeakable what these people have done to our children.
When did that start? When was it decided that we need to start teaching kids about this stuff at such a young age?
Yet Walsh's breeding fetish and desire to control women through their bodies and reproduction cycles that reinforces their place as in the home and as simple reproductive tools to be used by men is another important piece of white replacement narratives. White replacement narratives often argue that it's a white man's duty to breed as much as possible to combat demographic changes. It's a very eugenic sort of way of looking at the world.
The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that. Now the solution is pretty simple. It's just the solution is to freaking reproduce and have kids.
So we can see how white supremacist worldviews also tying into controlling women by reducing them to traditionalist gender roles that dovetail with the colonialist and sexist worldviews that Matt has espoused in What is a Woman that we've already been discussing, as well as his continually sexualizing and objectifying women at a younger and younger age.
17-year-old girls and 18-year-old girls that are still in high school or just getting into college, many of them want biologically and metaphysically and with everything in their body, they want to settle down, they want to start a family, and that's always going to be that way no matter what you do.
And I think a good example as to why that's probably true is the horse behavior of these same-aged girls when they get to college.
Sluts.
They start, these girls, believe me, when I went to the University of Maryland, I was a little bit older than everybody. It was like you get there and you see these like innocent girls, and by the end of the year, it's just like the stories you've heard about them. It's like this internal need to breed, and it just comes out at the wrong time. They're out there trying to get an education, but meanwhile,
they can't. Wrong time. That's according to biology. That's the perfect time. That's when they're, like Matt said, is most fertile. But society has told you that when you're 18, that's when you're an adult, not when you're 16 or 17.
And that's the problem.
And then everybody else says that you have to go to college after that, which means you're technically not an adult till you're 22 or 23.
Right. Or even further than that. A lot of therapists and psychiatrists now say that adolescence lasts until you're 30 because of society, because the way society is set up, where you have a 17-year-old boy and girl, both 17, and they say, you know what, I want to get married right now. I want to start having a family, and society tells them like, well, wait a minute, no, but you still have college to get through. Then you got to get out of college and start a career for a little bit, and your parents will support you for a little bit, and then when you're about 27, then you can think about that. But that's just but society telling the kids that society is working against the tide of biology and civilization, and it cannot withstand it.
This need to constantly breed is also linked with things like controlling access to abortion and reproductive health care for women, showcasing how cisgender women and assigned female at birth people's bodies are often controlled through their reproductive systems as well, and constantly see women and assigned female at birth people as just breeding grounds. All of this dovetails with how Matt discusses trans people, and specifically trans men's bodies. Remember how earlier I mentioned how Jordan Peterson discussed Elliot Page in his tweet? How Peterson framed Elliot as having no agency in his choice to get his breast removed, despite the fact that it was Elliot's choice?
And how can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a viciously harmful fad without using the appropriate sex-linked pronoun and the real name of the real person to whom this was really done with his, her, their voluntary but unfortunate acquiescence.
This is often how Matt Walsh and many conservatives speak about these types of trans-affirming surgeries for trans men.
So take my hand now and follow me down this rabbit hole. It's going to take us to some dark and horrifying places, but there are lessons to be learned along the way. And we begin in the present day with a journalist who now goes by the name Gabrielle Mack and identifies as a man, though she is a biological female. Gabrielle is featured on the cover of the latest issue of New York Magazine in a story which she penned herself titled, "My Penis, Myself." I didn't need a penis to be a man, we're told on the cover, but I needed one to be myself. Now, the article goes into graphic, gory detail about Gabrielle's quest to surgically masculinize herself in order to vaguely approximate the appearance of a biological male. I'll read only as much of the piece as is needed to get the point across. I will tell you that the first line is this: "On the day that I heard my penis would be huge, I sobbed." That's the first line. Yes, I mean, what man cannot relate to that experience? She still doesn't look at all like a man, right? She has wide hips, kind of an hourglass figure. She's very small and petite. Now, she doesn't look like a woman, certainly, but neither does she look like a man. She's in sort of a gender purgatory. What we find is that we can reject the gift of our own physical selves by mutilating our bodies. But what we cannot do is create a new self. You know, when it comes to ourselves, we have only the power to maintain or destroy, not to create. Can any thinking human look at this disturbed person and listen to her story and conclude that sex change surgery is what she needed? Should it not be clear that her sickness is in the mind, not the body? Isn't that obvious for everyone who seeks out these kinds of procedures? It is, of course, but the argument starts to feel futile when you realize that the people pushing this kind of Frankenstein butchery aren't making any sincere attempt to help the mentally afflicted people who seek it out.
This highlights how conservative ideology often views trans men solely as women, who they also view as objects and baby-making factories, who need protecting from trans ideology, thus infantilizing trans men and ignoring that they have agency in their own decisions about their bodies. Matt also continually focuses on hysterectomies, a surgery that removes someone's womb, being given to trans men as one of the prime surgeries that he wants to stop happening to trans men. This focus on the wombs of trans men highlights how, to Matt Walsh, the removal of a woman's reproductive function is the biggest affront, as he only views women and assigned female at birth folks' bodies like trans men's bodies and lives as only being worthwhile due to their reproductive ability. To remove a trans man's womb, in his eyes, ultimately removes their ability for their body to be controlled via white supremacist and patriarchal concerns. Even further, Walsh focuses on young trans men getting hysterectomies, as he did when he attempted to lie about Boston's children's hospitals doing that to trans people, which underscores how he focuses on under 16-year-olds' fertility. Thus, we can see how white supremacist narratives dovetail with control of not just women, but trans people as well. Continuing on though, Matt's older program also showcases his willingness to use violence to enact his political worldview.
Others had very specific goals in mind that they wanted to accomplish. It wasn't a generalized sense of outrage, it was these are our goals that we want to accomplish, and by the way, they were willing to back it up with guns and violent force. If you want extreme things to happen, you have to be willing to go to extremes.
Most people will admit that we've been on this path not for a year because of Obama, not for 10 years because of Bush, not for 20 years because of Clinton, not Reagan, not Carter. We've been on this path for 100 years or more. We probably lost our republic after Reconstruction. If you want actual change that isn't going to reverse itself in 10 years or 5 years or in 1 year, then you do have to look at extreme action. And I will tell you the extreme action that I am now referring to. What needs to happen, I think, first and foremost, and it starts with taxes, doesn't it? It started that way with the revolutionaries. And by the way, you go to these tea parties, you got people there literally dressed up like it's a costume party, dressed up like our founding fathers, dressed up like Samuel Adams and so forth. They're the ones that keep harkening back to the revolutionary times. You're the ones, tea party people, that are comparing yourself in a not subtle way at all to the revolutionaries.
But then you forget what they did to accomplish their goal.
Right. I'm saying, okay, you guys are dressing up like revolutionaries. You're calling this the Tea Party. Don't you understand what they did? Even the Tea Party was an illegal act. It was trespassing and vandalism. Don't you get that? Okay, you don't compare yourself to them because you're not willing to do what they did.
Again, this just underscores the extremism that Walsh wishes to radicalize his viewers into. While I myself am someone who does not believe that violence is never warranted, Matt Walsh combining his violent rhetoric with things like the white replacement narrative showcase what he is trying to ultimately use that violent rhetoric to uphold. It's the exact sort of radicalization and willingness to fight against the people controlling you and controlling the system that I discussed What As a Woman was trying to do against trans people. And of course, since this controversy has broken, Walsh has doubled down on his words, instead of recanting or apologizing.
So, now it's my turn, and I expected that something like this might happen. It had to happen. I've been successful in fighting against the left's agenda, especially the trans agenda, and especially recently. Those who support the sexual mutilation of children know full well that I am a threat to them, because we're winning and they're losing. And they know that too. And they can't engage with our arguments. They can't oppose us on the battlefield of ideas. So instead, they look for another way. And now they're convinced they found their kill shot against me by using the same method they always use, which is digging up ancient history, doing the internet equivalent of rummaging through garbage cans to find things that were done and said years ago, which can be used to defame and, they hope, silence me today. Their objective is nothing less than the wholesale destruction of my life and my career. That's what they're going for. That's the price they expect me to pay for opposing them effectively. They hope to force me to submit and apologize, at which point, of course, as it goes, they'll shoo me away with my tail between my legs, out of public view, out of the arena, off into obscurity. This is my punishment, the life sentence they expect me to serve for trying to stop them from abusing and butchering children. And it's not just me they're after. They want to send a message to everybody else. They want to send a message to you that if you stand up against them, this is what happens. They want to make me into another head on a spike, one of many. They put out on the edge of town a warning to anyone else who might think about disobeying their rules. So here's my official answer for the record. Kiss my ass.
Like Jordan Peterson before him, Walsh is using the cancel culture narratives to avoid any accountability for his actions, stating that it's a witch hunt and selling to his audience a line of BS that he's just standing up to the woke, scold, leftist, communist, Marxist trying to silence him instead of what we actually are. People trying to hold him accountable for his racism, sexism, transphobia, as well as his recent attacks on children's hospitals that's led to several bomb threats and unending harassment of people that work there. All so that he can look like the victim in his audience's eyes so that he can sell them more merchandise and build up his brand. All while continuing to work to make this white supremacy more mainstream and seemingly just another concept in the marketplace of ideas. All of this, everything that I've just discussed that Matt Walsh has been saying for decades at this point, are the same exact tactics that he's used throughout What is a Woman? The transphobia that Matt Walsh espouses is not new. It's the same fascism that he's always used, just now hiding behind his newest scapegoat. Trans people. It's just in a brand new package, but it's the same exact thing. In order to hide it better, as trans people are easy to lie about because we're not often understood by mainstream culture at this point. So I've made this added segment to this video to make it very, very clear to you, to make the tie between these ideas very explicit. None of what I have shared here about What is a Woman should shock anyone who's paid attention to Matt Walsh for any of the past few years. He's always been a fascist, and his racism, sexism, homophobia, and violent authoritarian tendencies are not disconnected to his discourse on trans people, but a product of it and inherently tied to it. As well as transphobia itself just being a byproduct of colonialist and white supremacist views. It's all about controlling the bodies of those who are not white, cisgender, Catholic, white men. Alright, well, wasn't that, fun? Yeah, we'll go with fun, I guess. That's been my segment, Keeping Up with the Walshes. Might as well have called it Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Get it? Because Kardashians and Star Trek are fascists? Look, I'm doing these really insular Trek jokes for the two of you who get it at this point, so I hope you two enjoyed it. Anyways, with all that said, back to your regularly scheduled video where we were about to discuss how Walsh's fascism is not only clear in his transphobia, but how that fascism is itself boosted by infighting between minorities that Walsh himself, as well as all fascists, stoke and steal from in order to uphold themselves at the top. But what I find particularly interesting in all of this is to notice that in order to do this, Matt gives the answer to the question of what is a woman as adult human female. Because it's the exact wording that has become the galvanizing phrase used by the gender critical, aka trans exclusionary radical feminist, or TERF, movement in the UK. TERFs and gender criticals love adult human female so much that they have it in neon signs and t-shirts with the term. And it's important to notice this because much of what Matt used in his documentary to attack trans people was stolen directly from TERF rhetoric. I mean, if you look at the contents and structure of Matt's book version of What is a Woman, again, available now for $28.99, you see it quite literally follows the exact same format and structure of books like Abigail Shrier's Irreversible Damage, or Helen Joyce's Trans. You'd think she could have come up with a cleverer name than that. Now, I've spoken about these little books at length in other videos, but Matt Walsh, like quite literally his citations of things like the detransitioner danger or the social contagion of Hollywood creating trans people, all are exactly the same citations from these books. Oh, I'm sorry, that's our timer going off. That means our little bundle of joy here is nearly finished. Now what we need to do is just take a little bit of ingredients of our little turfiness here and shove that in there, because it's all very important that they get a little bit of that. Not too much. We don't want too much of this in there, but we do want some. Yeah, let's just stick a little bit of this in there. Yeah, get in there. Get in there good. Then, we need to make sure that we add in some vanilla because, well, we all know why we want it to be vanilla. In fact, even though we aren't going to use it, I like to have the chocolate just off to the side so we can watch and know where it should be. Then we just take the vanilla and we just stick that in there. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh, delicious. So delicious. Get in there. Pure vanilla extract. Back to Matt, though. Despite stealing directly from TERFs so much that I think they should consider a plagiarism suit, many TERFs seemed confused by Matt's film. Some even seemed angry, wondering why a movie about women, using feminist rhetoric that they created, could be used by a man to uphold Judeo-Christian gender roles and values.
I saw the film's premiere, and the pre-show was the worst. A group of men sitting around in leather chairs, smoking cigars and sipping whiskey, going on about the Bible and Judeo-Christian values. I wanted to scream, why isn't there an actual woman sitting there? Matt Walsh is not an ally to women. You can tell that the bulk of his desire to define what a woman is mostly to keep his own oppressive definition of one firmly in place.
Yet, despite coming so close to understanding, many TERFs have taken to signal boosting the film instead, saying that he must be onto something, yet still seem confused by his conclusions, given that he's drawing from the same pool of shitty rhetoric as they are.
I gave in and watched Matt's film just on the off chance that I'd missed something. There was little in What is a Woman that I didn't already know from the work of feminists themselves, but that's no reason to discount it. What's wrong with alerting the normies to the excesses of trans activism, too? One of the great things about Walsh's film is that he shows, first, that harmful things are indeed taking place, and second, that there is no hidden meaning behind them. So why, overall, did the film leave a bad taste? Am I just an ugly and bitter feminist, peeved that a man has come along and claimed a number of feminist observations as his own? Am I a purist, unwilling to accept any support from anyone whose views don't align precisely with mine? I don't think so. In the end, I am just so fed up with the machismo. Last year, I spoke to one of the founders of Woman's Place UK, who told me that sex-based rights will ultimately be defended best by those in it for the victory, not the glory. The people, mainly women, often lesbians and women of color, who do the dull behind-the-scenes work of compiling data and challenging unfair practices one by one. The people who aren't seeking to reimpose other equally oppressive beliefs about sex and gender. It may be that What is a Woman helps, by showing some still on the fence that the problem is real. Others it may push in the other direction. Either way, women themselves won't be thanked for their own hard work and significant risks.
It's really funny the hoops that TERFs have gone through to say, well, Matt gets so much right, but I'm uncomfortable how he took all of that and just used it to justify women as secondary. And it's kind of because they won't admit that's the point of their rhetoric too. TERFs like to argue that they're fighting for women's rights. You know, women that don't include trans people. And that they're trying to stop trans people invading women's spaces. But all they end up doing with all of this is reinforcing these gender roles and expectations that Matt himself is building up. While I've gone really deep into all of that in other videos on TERF rhetoric, we can see a very easy and simple example of how this happens when TERFs say that they can tell a trans woman from a real woman by our broad shoulders or our square jaws. Yet they'll somehow say that a cisgender woman is actually a trans woman based on those exact features. It's honestly one of the best trolling things I've seen people do on Twitter. Post a picture of a cisgender woman like Sigourney Weaver who they don't recognize and see them say, oh, I can see the real man underneath there, believing that that person is actually trans. It showcases how many TERFs in their journey to try to exclude trans women will ultimately reinforce women as dainty and soft and subtle and needing soft features on their body. Again, reinforcing this idea that there is a natural and right way for a woman to be. Even further, TERFs will also reinforce views of trans men as simply women who have been tricked by the, quote, social contagion of transness, arguing that their goal should be to reclaim trans men to womanhood. You can see evidence of this in how books like Abigail Shrier's Irreversible Damage argue that young trans girls are, quote, being tricked into surgeries that ruin the sanctity of their bodies, their breasts, and their reproductive health. And how she discusses top surgery for trans men as mutilating them instead of it being the beautiful and life-saving surgery that it can be.
This is the story of the American family, decent, loving, hardworking, and kind. It wants to do the right thing, but it finds itself set in a society that increasingly regards parents as obstacles, bigots, and dupes. We cheer as teenage girls with no history of dysphoria steep themselves in a radical gender ideology taught in school or found on the internet. Peers and therapists and teachers and internet heroes egg these girls on. But here, the cost of so much youthful indiscretion is not a piercing or tattoo, it's closer to a pound of flesh.
You can also see this in how many TERFs decried Elliot Page coming out as a trans man was a loss for them, instead of celebrating Elliot finding himself for himself.
If he is truly trans, good for fucking him. There is still a huge issue at large. And that is, why are we losing all of our lesbians?
Or you can hear it in how LGBT Alliance founder Allison Bailey talks about young trans men's, quote, breasts who have never known a lover's caress.
Up and down the country and around the world, girls are removing breasts that have never known a lover's caress.
Which underscores TERF's fetishistic way of expressing a sense of entitlement to trans men's bodies and equating it to womanhood, as well as some form of magical energy that aligns with conservative views of mystical womanhood, equating to its sexualization for men's viewpoints. Or you can see it in how J.K. Rowling, in her TERF Wars essay, argued much the same about trans men.
The writings of young trans men reveal a group of notably sensitive and clever people. The more of their accounts of gender dysphoria I've read, with their insightful descriptions of anxiety, dissociation, eating disorders, self-harm, and self-hatred, the more I've wondered whether, if I had been born 30 years later, I too might have tried to transition. The allure of escaping womanhood would have been huge.
Eventually, though, given long enough, TERFs will view trans men as gender traitors, as they do Elliot Page. They also view trans women as villains, highlighting us as simply men who are gross and disgustingly trying to hide their maleness under a mask of womanhood, while also rarely caring about young pre-transition trans women with the same fervor that they do young trans men. TERFs also ignore the existence of non-binary people, which, if they did acknowledge the existence of, would actually provide a way to a real sense of liberation and consciousness beyond patriarchal concerns, as it would acknowledge that we as people can exist beyond binary definitions of man and woman, even while we acknowledge that some of us can align with those binary gender roles. This view of only two categories of men and men as oppressors, which they include trans women in, and women as oppressed, which they include trans men in, ultimately feeds this fascistic rhetoric that places men on top. Ultimately, TERFs are creating a false consciousness that reinforces this patriarchal dichotomy, not resisting it. And Matt and other right-wingers know this. TERF ideology is a breeding ground for rhetoric that men like Matt can come in to steal the most valuable bits of, repurpose it for themselves, and use to reinforce his status quo. I've spoken about in this video how TERF rhetoric ultimately supports fascism, but Matt's work makes it so clear. The goal of those in power like Matt is to pit marginalized groups against each other, like TERFs who are cisgender women who are a marginalized group, and trans women. And Matt's done this pitting marginalized groups against each other his entire film. He's used TERFs, pick-me trans people, and people of color to target trans people, creating and stoking and ultimately weaponizing marginalized infighting to place himself and other men at the top. And this is what I want you to take away from this video. If you take away nothing else from this entirely overly long film, take away this. The act of trying to define what a woman is, to nail it down in a simple way, is always an act of intentional exclusion and dehumanization. To try to find a way to exclude someone from the definition of a woman is inherently an effort to try to find a way to see them as less than. We saw this back in the 1920s when white supremacists like George Francis Train funded white suffragette movements, because he knew that he could turn that framing into white women versus black women. Many white suffragettes would argue that black women were keeping white women from being able to get to vote. Instead of fighting the system alongside black women who were their allies, white suffragettes were wielded by the system to push down black people. And they did this by actively denying black womanhood. Their answer to the question, what is a woman at the time, didn't include black people, leading people like Sir Jonah Truth to say, ain't I a woman? Hell, we could go back even further. As author Maria Lagunes points out, our very idea of womanhood today in Western culture stems from colonialization's attempts to downplay black folks and specifically black women's humanity compared to the fragile, passive white woman. Many European writers during early colonialization periods compared black women, who were seen as perverse and aggressive, to white women.
Historically, the characterization of white European women as fragile and sexually passive opposed them to non-white colonized women, including female slaves, who were characterized along a gamut of sexual aggression and perversion, and as strong enough to do any sort of labor. For example, slave women performing backbreaking work in the US South were not considered fragile or weak.
And we still see this denial of the womanhood of black women today, both on its own and building off of transphobia, as my discussion of Castor Semenya earlier in the video illustrates. So that makes Matt's earlier Africa segment even more offensive in that context. The goal of trying to simply define what a woman is to pit marginalized groups against each other, with today's trans people being the current targets of ire, in order to keep us all down. For example, TERFs have been willing to work with right-wing groups that oppress women's rights, and they, such as TERF group the Women's Liberation Front, even openly admit that they know that they are working with people who do so.
Wolf's unique focus as an organization is on gender identity policies and legislation. Given this focus, our resources, and the current climate on the American political left, we have found working with conservative organizations or individuals to often be an effective tactic towards advancing our policy goals for women. We reject the notion that we should be ashamed of and refuse support from people on critical issues just because they are our opponents in other areas.
TERFs have also worked with right-wing militia groups like the Proud Boys to attack transgender people at protests, which is hilarious considering the Proud Boys themselves are all based around the idea of returning to traditionalist gendered roles. Annie Nago, another right-wing disinformation spreader with ties to the Proud Boys, even came to an LGB Alliance conference. TERFs also worked with right-wing group the Heritage Foundation's lawyers in the Bell v. Tavistock case in the United Kingdom in order to try to remove trans-affirming care for children, something they succeeded in doing temporarily.
Because we want our young baby here to grow out to be a real strong man, we're gonna add in some protein. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, even more. Look at all that protein. He's gonna be a real proud boy, I know he is. And now, just to finish off, we're gonna throw in something a little bit cursed. Now that all that's done, it's time to throw this baby into the oven and see what we get.
Because, I mean, hell, Queen TERF herself, J.K. Rowling, not only helped to vilify trans healthcare around the UK, both with her original TERF Wars article that she posted in 2020, as well as numerous tweets and actions following it that other folks and I have covered on this channel. To make the connection even clearer between TERFs and Matt Walsh's film, Rowling even recently tweeted support for the movie. And yet, TERFs always seem to act surprised when these same allies turn and use their rhetoric against them. The idea of the social role of womanhood, of femininity, is an attempt to separate and place one as less than. Womanhood is the original sin, the mistake, the problem, and inherently inferior. The idea that men and women are eternally against each other instead of just one of the same various ways that human beings are always different from each other but are still all human. We are all different and yet equal, yet we're told to fight each other and dehumanize. That's all that this documentary, and being frank, all of the vilification of transgender people, women, black people, and other people of color in our media today is doing. And I can see this quite clearly. After my first video I did on What is a Woman, I had so many people coming into my comments and yelling at me and being angry at me and ultimately just insulting at me. Most just dehumanized me. And to be fair, I knew that they would. Because that's the way Matt Walsh and right-wing media have trained them all to view trans people as something to be looked at with scorn, derision, hate, fear, anger, and vitriol. All of Matt Walsh Stan's commenters ultimately proved the point that this video was going to make better than I ever could. And Walsh knows that this stoking of anti-trans prejudice works too. There's a reason that What is a Woman had a media ad blitz. The Daily Wire put ads everywhere from Facebook to TikTok to YouTube. For just one ad run on Facebook, Walsh spent an estimated $200,000 to promote the movie. He did so because he knows that he will make a return on his investment. And this was all money, by the way, that groups like YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok and other corporations were happy to take and pocket because it's no concern to them what they promote, whether it be fascistic propaganda against a marginalized group, as long as they get to keep the money. And Matt Walsh takes advantage of that. Men like Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, Trump, and others want to be at the top and are willing to make us all fight and spend enough money to make sure that they can do so as they sit atop their mountain of wealth. Because make no mistake, this was all about money and power. All of the ad blitz around this movie was to get you to subscribe to the Daily Wire Plus, the only place to watch the film. And he also tried to get you to buy his book. And if you want the real story, get my children's book in order to own the libs. And buy this fucking pronoun apron that he sells on his site, because why the fuck not? Seriously, is anyone using that apron? I want to know if anyone's like legitimately just using that apron to cook in. You know Matt Walsh wants to fuck his wife in it. You know he does. Matt is using controversy generated by targeting trans people with the film What is a Woman to play to conservatives who already view trans people as icky and gross, who try to get attention to his streaming service, which will generate more money and allow him to keep his audience within his echo chamber, creating nicher and nicher markets fueled on anger, fear-mongering, bigotry, and hate. All while he gains profit and more attention and power. Welcome to capitalism decaying into fascism, my friends.
And our food is done. Let's see what we made. Oh my god, it's so beautiful and precious. Look, it's our little baby. Isn't it so adorable? Look at it. Just filled with protein, anger, and hatred. Available now for only $28.99. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel for more Cooking with Fascists.
Cooking with Fascists.
Cooking with Fascists. Cooking with Fascists.
Fascist. Seems like a strong word that I've been using this entire film, but it applies to Matt Walsh well, even so much so that he agrees in his Twitter bio. But as I said at the top of this video, I shouldn't be calling people names. It dilutes my point, as all those people in my comment section of the first video said.
So instead of answering his fucking simple question, you started attacking him. That tells a lot about your IQ.
This is literally the lamest attempt at countering the points that were brought up in What is a Woman? This fool makes fun of multiple men, calling them Hugh Jackman or Wolverine impersonators simply because they have facial hair.
Way to stoop to childishly making fun of others as a way to try and prove them wrong.
I've seen 8 minutes in, and never has this person said anything to debunk Matt Walsh, only have they took him out of context and made jokes. Can someone rip off this thing's fake beard? It is way too distracting.
And I'll agree. There was a part of me that was conflicted about the first video because I do insult Matt Walsh in the first few seconds of it. The Daily Wire released What is a Woman? A documentary where one of its hosts, right-wing provocateur and X-Men's Origins Wolverine cosplayer Matt Walsh, and presumably to make this face that looks like he's trying to use the bathroom in every other shot. I mean, that video is pretty mask off in terms of my feeling about Matt Walsh, but ultimately, people who watched it, who already agreed with me on that, would like the video, but would it put people off who didn't? And would it convince anyone who was on the fence? I kind of know that it probably didn't really convince anybody who didn't already agree with me. But that was part of the point of the video. The whole argument of my first video on What is a Woman was that Matt's film wasn't for anyone outside of his audience either. And the goal of this video, though, was to speak to people who don't already agree with me. But at the end of the day, the fact is, Matt Walsh is a fascist. He's someone trying to uphold authoritarian, individualistic power that separates people from each other. A system that he will ultimately benefit from by stoking. So when I say Matt Walsh is a fascist, it's not meant as an insult. It's a fact. Me needlessly insulting him would be to point out how unappealing his beard is compared to mine. Look, what can I say? Trans women just do stuff better, even beards. But also, as I said, insulting Matt was part of the point of that video. I mean, first off, it was a chance for me to get out sarcastic Jessie out for a bit. She honestly doesn't get much chance to play, which is probably why my sarcastic jokes got as hard as like, ooh, Matt Walsh's beard is bad and he looks like Logan from X-Men. Like real hard-hitting stuff I was going at Matt with there. Like, oh, it was so detrimental to his image. Yet people love to say that I was attacking Matt and belittling him. Like, y'all are out here telling me and other trans people that we're crybabies for calmly talking about how Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais are saying literal, dehumanizing, transphobic hate speech that just happens to be on a comedy stage.
No, I love the new women. I know the new women. They're great, aren't they? You know, the new ones we've been seeing lately. The ones with beards and cocks. They're as good as gold. I love them.
And then you get all upset and angry when I make bad X-Men jokes about a dude who I'm literally pointing out who is actively lying to you and is a fascist. But Double standards aside, beyond the insults, as I said in that video, Matt's film wasn't made to convince anyone. Nor is saying that I must be respectable in order to argue against these people an acceptable argument anymore. While I do get the need to be oh so rational and not always insult people all the time in order to get points across, it's also at the same time anger-inducing that I have to take a man calling for harm against my community with a smile, or else be condemned or insulted for it. If your support and care for a group of people is dependent on whether or not they are nice all the time in the face of abuse, lies, and attacks on our rights and bodies and calls for violence, then you didn't really care about human rights to begin with. And I hope that the rest of my content on this channel shows that I'm not an angry person, but Matt makes me angry. And not just because he points out the flaws in my gender ideology, but because he's a small man trying to kick those who he thinks don't have the power to fight back. But he's wrong. We are much stronger than he thinks. But he and his followers don't realize that. Because some will follow Walsh because they also want to be on top like him. Some will follow him because they just want an excuse to dehumanize others, as Matt gives them reason to do. See these disgusting comments about me from my first video's comment section as an example of people like that.
You're a man, you moron.
Only in westernized countries can a mentally ill person like jessiegender exist, make videos and live life almost on the same level as a sane person.
Oh my god, you people are so weird. You look so weird. How do people look at you and serious think it's like beautiful? I don't understand. This like a joke, or do people do you have to lie, right? People have to lie. Have to be lying. There's no way they actually see thy dude that looks like one of my classmates dress up like a woman and think he's beautiful, or it'll think it looks good. It looks so weird. All I've gotten is AI feel. There's feelings. Feelings are biological. Like that somehow doesn't mean sex is not biological and female and male can be interchangeable.
Matt Walsh is the greatest person to ever walk this earth. And God, you're an ugly man.
You people have mental problems and are causing children, thanks to Groom, to start developing the same mental illness and then blame normal people for their suicides.
What the fuck am I looking at? Who is this confused asshole with a fake beard who is confused what they are? Sick!
You're not a woman. You're a guy pretending to be a woman. Actual women, such as my wife, are disgusted by you. She's an actual woman. She's disgusted because you feel you can just appropriate womanhood and wear it like a mask.
What kind of Twilight Zone hellspace did I click into? A guy who thinks he's a woman but is dressed up as a man.
You're not a woman. You're a freak. Also, phobia implies fear. No one fears you unless they have a phobia towards clowns.
An hour of a man who thinks he's a woman acting like a little bitch. No surprises here.
Sounds like a man. What a monster.
Was not expecting this thing on my screen after clicking on the thumbnail.
Get that animal off my screen.
Keep trying for that look. You got way more surgery to go.
41% and save everyone around you the pain of having to look at you every day.
Troons get the rope. There's no way to do a comedy version of that.
Some people just want to be cruel and pretend that they're not so. And some will earnestly buy into his rhetoric because it's all they've been exposed to. And they aren't given the tools to realize how much of his nonsense is surface, shallow-level bullshit. These are the people that have an image of a trans person assigned to them by the right wing. It's the only idea of a trans person they will ever have. Something I saw reflected in how so many of the comments in my first video were stating as facts ideas about trans people like, we believe that we're the same as cis women, though that we don't understand biology. And when I, a trans woman, stated to them that I don't believe that, nor do any other trans people, they will always say, well actually, real and more trans people do. As if they know what the trans community says better than a trans person who lives, talks to, and hangs with trans people all day does. But they just accept all the rhetoric that Matt Walsh gives them in films like this and on his show. And because of all of that, they've been taught to distrust me because of who I am inherently, and trust Matt implicitly because he's the big strong man who they've been told to always listen to. All the rational thought, good arguments, and just straight basic facts that I put into this video won't be enough to convince any of these people because authoritarians often ignore contradictions and double standards, like to lean into these us versus them framings, and love simple binaries, like man and woman. Man versus woman. So all of that was why my first video was mean to Matt Walsh, because it wouldn't matter to the ones who it was never going to matter to. Even if I had been as nice and kind and sweet and just oh so adorable as I could have been in that first video, they wouldn't have heard it. This video I hope does a better job convincing some of you. I really, really hope it does. I really, really want that. But some will never be convinced no matter what I do. All of this was so that Matt Walsh could line his pockets. The pockets of his dumb Ben Shapiro, those of corporations, politicians, and more.
all so that they can lord over everyone as we all fight in a Hunger Games-style battle beneath them, with trans people, they hope, being the first bodies on the pile. But ultimately, they don't care who is in that pile, as long as they and Matt Walsh get to be king of their tiny little hill. So, you know what? I lied. I do have a definition for what a woman is. The only simple, all-encompassing definition that one could possibly give. I'll keep this ending short and sweet because this video is already too long. What is a Woman is a film that aims to scaremonger to Matt Walsh's audience about trans people, while deliberately reinforcing Christian orthodoxy beliefs, traditionalist gender roles, capital C conservative narratives made only to divide us instead of bringing us together, and a willful ignorance of how we actually should discuss the complex intersections between biology, social norms, and expectations, and the harm caused by all of it. The film is a call for violence, and these fascists, like Matt Walsh, are calling for our death. But it's not just about trans people. We're just the current convenient target in the crosshairs. Such crosshairs are most misunderstood because of how much of our existence and understanding have been muddied by centuries of colonialization, racism, and capitalistic rhetoric reinforcing gender roles as natural and normal. But these attacks on trans people are just attacks on all of us being marginalized. These same tactics, from the groomer narrative being wielded against gay folks, to black folks being seen as angry and aggressive and hostile, to cisgender white women being seen as weak or mentally ill and hysterical, have all been mixed and matched before throughout history and are still being used again, currently, against trans people. It's the age-old tactics of misinform, deny, education about, separate, pit against each other, and then sit on top of all of it with your ill-made fortune. You'd think a man who is so seemingly obsessed with the truth that he has to say it every 10 seconds would be better able to get to the truth. I guess he says it so much because he forgot what the word actually means. The truth is, we are all stronger together. Let me be clear, if you're someone from Matt Walsh's audience, or a Daily Wire fan, or someone who has voted Republican since you could vote because you truly believe these people are actually trying to help you, and you're watching this and you got this far, I want you to know earnestly and honestly, I don't hate you. My goal with this video wasn't to come at you as a Walsh viewer or a Republican or conservative. We can be allies. While there are some jokes and skits in this video that I'm sure may have pissed off some of you, know that that wasn't the intention. The intention, truly, was to try to make this horrible topic at least somewhat tolerable for me to make. To entertain and also comfort the rest of my audience out there who suffer because of all of what we've been talking about, and honestly could use a little bit of a laugh at the expense of a man who causes us pain. But that's not why I wrote this or those jokes or the skits or this entire video. I didn't make this to go after Matt Walsh. I wrote this for those people suffering who need to hear this message, but also because I sincerely want you to know that I'm not the scary trans trying to hurt your kids or destroy you. I'm a stupid fucking dork who spends way too much time ranting about Star Trek. That's who I actually am. A person who doesn't relish making videos like this. God, I'd rather be doing anything but this. But when a person attacks and misinforms about your community, my community, in order to sick others against you for his own power and money, and I can maybe do what I can to push back against it, I feel obligated to. And I hate it. I hate it so much. This isn't how I want to use my time or energy. It's not what I hope to make and put out into this world. I want to spread kindness, caring, community, and joy. And I would make the bet that a lot of you do too. Matt Walsh is lying to you and grifting you so he can line his pocketbook, as are many in his same sphere. You should be just as angry about that as I am, that he manipulates your fear to make you his weapon for his own gain while being able to make himself feel clean and sleep at night. He shouldn't. Those nightmares that he jokes about in the film should be real ghosts of the time that he has wasted, the anger he has stoked, and the real lives he has cost. He should be haunted by all of us.
I know what I just said won't reach many of you. That many of you are here, and probably didn't even get this far into the video, to just come after a trans person who made a video about someone that you like because you believe the lies that you've been told. And that I will receive harassment in my DMs, my comments, and other places like I did for my first video on Matt Walsh. That I'll be dehumanized and insulted. I'm not ignorant of that fact, nor in the end will it upset me all that much. At least not in the way that you intend. It will only sadden me because I know I'll be fighting people angry at the wrong person. And saddened because I see so much of what we could be. The future we could and can still have together. But, ignoring those people, to the rest of you who do give me a chance, we shouldn't be fighting each other. None of us should be fighting each other. But we should all be working on trying to stop those like Matt Walsh who seek only to take for themselves, to create a narrative for a society that allows nothing for anyone but themselves. To create a society like I have tattooed on my wrists, infinite diversity and infinite combinations that respects that ideal, taking delight in the differences and equality of others, to take joy in that. But sadly, while this is the message I wish and hope reaches some of you, I want to be clear that I know I won't reach many of you. In fact, there's a good chance that Matt himself, which, by the way, hi Matt, might see this video and deliberately mischaracterize it, insult me, attack me, and wield disgust at my looks. And then he'll send his viewers to harass and attack like he did before with my tweet. And if it's not me directly, it will be another trans person, or trans people as a whole. Because this documentary and Matt Walsh's words are not targeted at one of us, but all trans people. But not even just trans people, but anyone who isn't seen as worthy. And they will attack. But I, and I suspect many of you, are strong enough to take it and push back against it. Because in the end, I now wish to speak finally to those who do wish to turn away from Matt Walsh's truth to hear real truth. But more importantly, I wish to speak to those who Matt and others like him continually target, of which trans people are but one group. I speak to those scared and afraid right now. And I tell you my truth, that I too am scared and afraid. But I'm also inspired. Inspired by all of you out there who are much stronger and more beautiful than you know, because people like Matt have been telling you that you aren't your whole life. You are stronger than you think you are. That's because the answer to Matt Walsh's question, what is a woman, isn't adult human female. The answer to what is a woman is really those of us, anyone, anywhere, of any identity, who won't stand for Matt Walsh's and other fascist bullshit anymore. And who will answer it with solidarity and community, kindness and love, and an unrelenting willingness to push back, fueled by our unending belief in the beauty of us all, each of us, and the future we can and will create together. Whew, that was a lot. I think we all need a breath after that. So yes, first off, to all of you out there, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that it was really difficult, especially towards the end there, considering the topics that we were touching upon. So thank you for sitting through all of this. I hope that it was as entertaining as I possibly could make this subject, as well as, more importantly, informative and helpful to all of you to help break down how a lot of these rhetorics and systems, specifically around transphobia, but a lot of the right-wing rhetorics that Matt Walsh and many others use, ultimately are there to uphold right-wing, white supremacist, and authoritarian systems. So, dark subject, and I really thank all of you for sticking through it, and I hope that it was at least entertaining, and if not entertaining, informative and helpful. That being said, this video that you're watching represents months of planning, writing, shooting, editing, and much more besides to get this out to you. And while I am extremely proud of this project, doing this video has taught me a few things about myself and about the work that I do that I think is going to affect the future of this channel. And so I want to talk to you briefly about all of that and what that means going forward for just the next few minutes, if you'll indulge me. That being said, the first thing I do want to call out, while I normally do most of the work on this channel all by myself, because this project was so big, I want to really call out Needless, who was my official editor for this video. He was such a champ. He worked so hard. If you loved the editing and a lot of the creative stuff in this video, go check out Needless's channel because he is absolutely amazing as an editor. He also edits for people like FD Signifier as well, so just support him. He's fantastic and an absolutely lovely human being, and actually contributed to some of the ideas on this video, even beyond just being an editor. So thank you, Needless. You are freaking amazing, and please go support him. I also wish to briefly call out all the other contributors to this video. The list of them should be down there, whether they appeared in the video visually or they did some like fun comedic stuff or they contributed VO. Everyone who helped out, big or small, in this project, thank you so much, and script readers as well. So go check out all their channels. They're linked down below as well. So with those thanks out of the way, I do want to quick talk about some announcements for this channel, like I alluded to earlier, that this video kind of led me to in terms of what I'm thinking of doing going forward. The first thing I want to discuss is the fact that this video, like I said, was about really, really difficult topics. Fascism, authoritarianism, white supremacy, and specifically for me, transphobia that dehumanizes me as a person considering that I'm trans. On top of that, this was a project that I intended to get done literally over a month ago, but not only did it balloon in terms of the creativity behind it and what I wanted to do with it, but also, if you've been paying attention to the news with Matt Walsh lately, he keeps on doing terrible stuff, and I just wanted to make sure I included all of it because I thought it was all relevant to this narrative that I was sort of wanting to show to all of you around how his rhetorics all uphold this same sort of system. And also the fact that I just wanted to say everything about Matt Walsh so I never had to talk about this man ever again in my life unless I'm absolutely forced to, which, dear God, I hope not. But that being said, doing that, having to be in that place, thinking about this stuff for so long and making it my like everyday project that I'm working on has not been great for my mental health. In fact, it has caused a lot of anxiety and panic attacks and many other things because you're fighting this thing in your head where it's like, I am sitting in this stew of horrible stuff. I also want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly so that I don't get attacked and dehumanized and misunderstood. And then that sort of leads you to be like, am I arguing for my own humanity well enough? And that's a really kind of stressful place to constantly be in, to like wondering if you're sharing and pointing out how you're a human being well enough. So yeah, that's been part of it. And then the other thing that sort of mixed with recently is, and I think this video kind of showcases that, and it's what I'm proud of, is the fact that I am starting to realize that I want to do more and more creative things with this channel. My videos have become less and less just me sitting down talking to you at the camera, though I still enjoy doing that, and I still like doing that. But a lot of my videos that I've been really proud of lately and put a lot of my energy into and found like enthusiasm to want to do have been videos that have been really creative, out of the box, like the video where I talk to myself before and after surgery, or my section of Star Trek The Next Generation, like videos that I kind of went the extra mile. And I have projects that I am currently working on and have started already thinking about that I want to go even further with, both on this channel and in other areas too that I'm not ready to announce yet, though hopefully soon. And I'm really excited about that, and I think you should be too, because I think it means that cool things are happening on this channel, and I'm very pumped about it. But that being said, there's this feeling of burnout that's been building for me lately. Not just that has been sort of exacerbated by the topics of these videos that I've been doing lately on this channel, like this Matt Walsh one. So this need to want to do more, and then also the burnout that I've been feeling just by dealing with these topics has really been hard lately. And so what it's led me to realize is that I am going to need, number one, to take a little bit of a break after this video. Not for too terribly long, but a little bit longer than normal. Normally I do videos every 2 weeks. This will probably be a little bit longer, probably 3 or 4 weeks before my next video. But I also realize that that is also going to start to become more the norm. I am going to, because of the things that I want to do on this channel, going to be starting to take longer with my videos, not to make them longer, because dear God, I want to try and shorten them, but to make them more creative, make them more fun, do kind of cool out of the box things, film in certain places. Like I'm planning my Sex and Star Trek Deep Space Nine video right now, and that video I am actually planning to rent out an actual bar to shoot in and maybe do a couple other fun things as well. So I want to go the extra mile with these things, but to do that in trying to hold myself to the schedule of I need to get a video out every 2 weeks, it's going to really just destroy me mentally, and physically too. But mentally is almost the worst part of that. So I just want to say that expect cool things on this channel. Expect a break in the next while, but I am going to be doing cool and creative stuff on this channel. To wrap that out though, that is really scary for me to be doing. YouTube is a place that constantly wants you to turn out more and more and more, like to make more and more and more. And it literally shames you in the back end. If you don't have a video out, it says, oh, your views are going down and things like that. On that note too, you also may have noticed that there was no ad on this video. And that is because I felt it would be weird to go from Matt Walsh is a fascist man to buy Skillshare or audible.com. It would have been very, very strange. And I think that that was the right choice creatively for this video. That's kind of nerve-wracking for me. So I just wish to say, first off, to my patrons, thank you for supporting me because you allow me to make this choice. You allow me to do this. I would not be able to make these videos and do these things, pay my bills, if I did not know I had the support of my patrons. And the fact that I know that even if I make these videos and the algorithm hates them, there will be a community that it goes out to that people will appreciate them and like to talk about them. Because I'm making this choice, if you can support me over on Patreon, it really would mean a lot. There's benefits to yourself and all that stuff there. I'm hoping to possibly do some like Patreon exclusive content over there sooner. I have some already, like a podcast and things, but I'm planning to do more. I don't usually, I feel uncomfortable asking so directly about Patreon. I know I'm a terrible YouTuber doing that, but just considering what I want to do with this channel and some other projects, I just feel I should ask. So if you appreciate the stuff that I do, helping me there would mean a lot and helps me pay the bills and get yourself cool perks in a community as well. But yeah, no pressure if not. So just wish to say thank you if you do. That is everything that I wanted to say. So I just wanted to give heads up on the plans for this channel, plans for a little bit of a break for myself, and then just, if you can help me out, I appreciate it, but no worries if not. Beyond all of that, there is stuff like I'm on Nebula, I have a Twitter, I have a podcast called Jumpgate that I do with my friend Vera Wild, Rewatch Babylon 5. That's all the fun things there. And again, thank you for watching this video. I know it was difficult, so I just appreciate you supporting me and sharing this video and watching this video and all that fun stuff. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, the YouTuber nonsense stuff. But beyond all of that, please take care of yourselves, and I hope that you always, as always, live long and prosper. All right, and just slide in. Yes, we're just slowly coming in and made it. Hello, everybody. I am here with this creepy cutout of Ensign Tendi, the best ensign ever, to say thank you to all of you lovely patrons. Thank you for supporting me doing this work. Thank you for supporting me doing what I do. I could not do any of this. I could not pay my bills. I could not have the energy to do all of this stuff without your support. So thank you so much. And an extra special thank you, as always, to Kathleen Beth, Carrie Ellen Foss, Joe Herman Holt, Alizia Taitivi, Miranda Janelle, Lily Gray, Ashley Allen Bow, Kiki Yo, Jason Nublar, Claire Newsom, Morgan the Pirate Queen, Jack McAllen, Stephen Kleinard, Jem Shin, Allie Gobert, Mary Mello, Matt Chung, Randy Thompson, Super Desi, Boyd and Mary Beth Earl, D. Ray, Wellington Marcus, Brits Krieg, Vincent Ellington, Tiffany Danger, Joseph Dewey, Chloe Dollar, G-Man 4D2, Felicia Tost, Barbara Ruski, James Krivdia, Elizabeth Christensen, Dominic Noble, Jennifer Fuss, D. Rich, Andy with an I, Jessica Wright, Sunk Corgi, Sean McKenzie, Nathaniel Fraughton, Sonia Naroper Doe, Hellscape Wanderer, Eric Knack, Alicia Stice, Ferengato. Why is that my voice for Tendy? Anyways, Meg, Transit Toronto, Sasha M, Wendizzle Bizzle, Spencer Brownie, Shield Maiden 4444, W Randy Edie, Melinda Walters, Pissed and Twisted Garage, Teague Wilson, Stephen Richardson, Spooky Heather, Sylvia, Angie Pugh, Drew Batch, Cyber Quaker, Kevin Frotag, Ulysses the Pagan, Fox E, Beatrix Purvis, Silly Christie, Sean Piper, Lysa, Meadow Whisperer, Ajustad Flynn, Epsilon is greater than, Gretchen Badger, The Mighty Jinjojo, Jedi Indiana Jones, Sarah Bystam, Sarah Leslie Hutchkins, Patricia Cromch, Blueberry Hill, Becky Sparks, William Stewart, Sarah Lamoureux, Verdux Kai, Zamula Kincaid, Nathan Steele, Melody Ann Winters Good, Blue, Jordan Lucero, Jason Knott, Leatha Boyd, Hieresis, Sky Sinner, Laura Demereau, Luna T, Tony the DC Nerd, Geek Filtar, Strawberry Pop Tart, Teresta, Celestial Dawn, Grumpy Dragon 75, The Tipsy Changeling, Maeve, Holly Walters, Nikki Gordon Bloomfield, Crit Fax, Kay Liss, Alexandra Lombach, Michael Godey, Ehrlich Bogdan, Abigail Marie, Unicorn Floof, James Hodge, Corey and Vale, honkin' in. Alrighty, everybody. Tendy and I say again, thank you so much. Sending you all love, and I will see you all in the next video. Mwah.